Another day. How long has it been? I don't remember. Go over the basics. My name is Untitled, and I have a gun finally, which is always good news. It is hopefully going to be a relaxing day. I could really go for some food.
Oh,
Morning.
please, come over here.
Good morning.
What?
It is far too early.
What the fuck? No, this is too good. Okay. Come on.
I'm...
This is your problem, not mine.
You're right. There's a gift.
Oh no.
Oh, yes?
I don't know how. But Merntash is upstairs.
What?
Someone didn't pick him up. I'm
How?
In Kingsley's bed.
Absolutely not. Could you put on the stove? The tea's on.
No, of course. Put on the stove.
Some odd colors. Little country, don't you think?
What?
How much do you want them gone?
You know where you are.
desperately.
Dorm room, obviously.
How desperately?
Not stupid.
It depends on why you're asking.
Ours?
Don't shoot him.
Yes.
I'm not going to.
I just have
Yet.
a weird picture that I can't look at.
Yeah. I don't know how I got in. We lock the door every night.
Never mind.
I'd like to get dressed and eat breakfast in peace.
And put on some tea.
LeBron normally makes tea, but I can have tea here today.
Come on.
Team Captain, we have a dire situation that needs your direct and immediate attention.
Fuck's sake.
It's almost perfect. Well, let's entertain our
Tash,
guests.
what are you
shall we?
doing here?
Having tea. I just got invited to have some tea. That's okay.
Have your tea. Oh shit, that's a stack.
Thank you.
I woke up.
Don't fall.
Morning.
Good morning.
I won't.
You look terrible.
Morning.
Came in through that door and I walked out. It was
I always look terrible.
But watch your step.
I always. No, I feel it. What gives it away?
a good thing, right? So that people don't get
I'll be back in a
Well-
second.
The staggering and your eyes and
rat
You
people.
got in.
yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not a rat person, so I don't see why it's a big deal.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill a dog. I'll be back.
Would you like sugar or anything in your tea?
No, I'll just have the leaves.
In the mirror and tell myself to get better.
Just the
because
leaves
all this
or
had gone
the
away.
tea?
Sure, yeah, that. The second one, I think.
Sure. Alright.
Don't mind if I use my own dorm's toilet first, right?
There you go.
No.
Nah, go ahead, it's alright.
There you that tea.
Thank you.
It's really good.
What the
Oh,
fuck is
Jesus.
wrong with you, Telkarath? Get a hold of yourself, man. Ugh.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. So, what sort of tea does LeBron make then?
I don't know. The leafy shit. Like, that's good.
Leafy shit, I didn't know they shat.
It's minty.
It does taste
Tea
pretty
or
minty,
sugar
this
tea?
mint
You're right.
tea.
You're
No,
right.
Enora, I
I think he
feel
makes
like
a classic
I
Earl
just
Grey.
got stabbed in my gut and someone has yelled in my ears so incredibly loud, and I swear it wasn't Mitesh, because Mitesh is nice and pleasantly quiet
Hey.
right now and drinking tea.
Let's
It-
get your
I
cup of
mean-
tea. Hold on.
I
Anybody
need
else?
tea. Tea would be fucking
Sit down.
lovely. Hmm? Oh,
Sit down.
yes, of course. I will take
Would you
my
like some
seat.
honey in it as well or not? Oh.
The honey would be most appreciated. I would very much like that.
How much did you drink last night?
Good morning.
How did you even get
I
in?
drank nothing.
I woke
Are
up,
you sure? Because you look like you have the biggest
comfortably in
hangover
bed.
I've ever seen.
so I assume somehow relating to that. I don't know.
You don't remember if somebody let you in or if you unlocked the door?
I mean, I ended
No.
up outside in the tree again, so
It should help give you a little bit of energy.
consolation.
Maybe you let me in and
Really just
decided
a
I
little
was
is all
cold
I
and
need,
alone.
just
Let me have
something.
the bed, and then you went
Oh,
outside.
I've got to see the
and you
fucking
forgot because you
counselor
were
in a
drinking all the
moment,
alcohol you guys
haven't I?
have.
Probably.
It's fine.
I solved
know.
the case.
Tara, have
Thank you for
coffee.
this again.
Tara, have
All
coffee.
right. Well,
I have a mission.
I'm pretty sure your team
This morning-
Would you like me to go
For the
talk
tea.
right now?
No problem.
That would be very appreciated.
Can I open this?
You're a good friend.
Yeah.
It's open.
I'm gonna go get my gambeson and then head over to Tara.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Hopefully it was you and not the fact that we need to reinforce our locks.
You might wanna
Probably,
reinforce
but I
our
did find
locks.
myself in a tree, so it's, I wouldn't be surprised.
I
Yeah,
guess.
maybe that's for the best.
Of all them days for my neighbor to visit,
No,
Tara, I'll be right back.
I'm not that person. But
Just do it.
Sir would tell you to carry them. Don't carry them. Don't do it. I do not. I just need coffee and Anora's already on it. I hear that stuff helps. I really need a stamina potion most of all. That would... I'm banned from using them, for fuck's sake. This is the worst. I thought he did something. That canceller hit her, but apparently not.
Perhaps not a permanent
Right.
fix then.
Apparently not. Regardless, I have a duty to fulfill now, so... Tired, exhausted, and dark-eyed or not, I still have to go do it, right? So how was everyone's sleep? Was it good? I hope so, because mine wasn't.
I found myself in a tree.
What the what?
I was out in the, the tree, big one in the middle.
Big tree in the middle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
how,
hey, I was
how does everyone end up up that tree?
Woke up there, or
You know what? I don't really remember.
Everyone ends up that tree. How? It's Emma, Octavian, now Kingsley. Is it cursed?
must be a cursed tree.
Well, I mean, in I mean, I think Murtash actually kind of figured it out. I think we swapped,
Tell!
like, because I felt like he was bad. And...
Oh,
Hey.
fucking hell, Zuko.
Oh boy.
Hey.
What? Right. Zuko,
Where did
hi.
Murtash wake up?
Did he wake up in your dorms?
In our
sounds
dorms,
like it.
upstairs, with his shirt off. But he was a pleasant gentleman, and he had some teeth.
Sounds about right.
And
That's good.
that's what matters. So.
Whoa.
You're right, too.
If you're asking about Murtash, he woke up in my bed.
Oh, perfect. Amazing. Fantastic.
You're in
Tell,
crafting
tell,
division.
tell,
Don't you
he's
know?
coffee. Let's get in.
Yes, yes, I am. So is Tell.
Come on.
Yep.
Is there any chance you'd be able to look into reinforcing our locks in any way? Maybe making sure that they're still
Looking after him.
locking?
We're getting a bell for him. It's fine.
Wait, we're getting a bell.
Doesn't solve our locked problem, but
Yeah, we're getting a bell.
I'll look into it.
I mean, he was
I
okay with it.
appreciate it.
Maybe not for the full outer doors, but at least for the room doors.
If we don't hear it ring, that means that there's
We'll be there in just a moment.
Party on the lumen portrait?
Need any milk or anything with it? Or just plain?
For Murtash again, he's a doomer door.
No, I'll just drink it. If it helps me, I'll drink it. That's what I need. I just need that.
He ran over the
Have you had coffee
Is
before?
there an entire pot? I've had one cup, and it helped a bit. Just a bit. Not as much as a stamina potion, mind you, but...
I'm not giving you stamina potion.
That's a good point. I need to find Bombadil today. He owes me a stamina
I'm
potion.
not going to give one.
Wait, Val.
I haven't.
No, 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 no.
It's very
No,
early.
no, no. It'll make it worse. I think we do. I think that's the plan.
Honora has decided I don't need one, so I don't need one.
Good, I'm not getting you one. It's for me.
But I
Well,
want
do you know?
one as well.
Nothing. I'm leaving.
It'll feel worse.
Oh, okay.
I'll have a talk about it with Bombadil. Maybe that'll make it worse.
Kinda foggy today. I'll let the muscle memory kick in. It's been 2 whole weeks since I've played Vol. Gotta get back into it.
And now the table. There you go. Yeah.
Well, I guess that answers my question.
Stella's over there.
3 nights past. Was it of value? What was? Was it? The ring.
Oh, what am I going to do today? grab some more food on the way out.
Do you mind?
Is he gonna pick the fork? No.
You need help taking it through the teleporter.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, he's not. Just a silly thingy thing I'm not found in the middle of nowhere somewhere.
Ah, good. That all looks normal at least. Hmm. Guess I'm playing at 15 FPS today. Fun.
Okay, I was gonna ask you, did you see where the large group of people that came back from the mission went to?
They haven't come back yet. Actually, wait, I did just see someone from Terra. No, they're back. I have no clue.
You don't see me. I was never here.
All right. Knock it away. That's why I can down with a quick swing. Not the sturdiest of things. It is rather heavy. But if I don't have time to sling it back around my body, then what's the point? felt so weird. Right. Right. What was that? They were moving in the direction of the walls. Assuming there is trouble. I'm not armored. Need to remember that. I have no clue what's going on, but I should return to my dorm in the event there is trouble, seeing as how I watched 3 professors run this way, but only one is really running around. Better safe than sorry. Can't even hit the voice right now. More tired. That is. My name is Untitled and I'm fucking exhausted. It's harder to actually hold that voice. I like to do.
If I didn't thank you.
For doing what you should do when someone's feeling down. Yes. Shouldn't be, should just be expected, I guess.
Well, a few times someone's been nice to me, I've always found it fitting to give gratitude, so I'll try to cut down on that if it pleases you a bit. My apologies.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
Go.
I'm gonna go
Right.
get food though, I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm. Well, how goes it?
I watched a bunch of professors run straight for the gate, so...
Straight for the game.
I saw Servira this morning. The scouting team is back.
Right.
That must be it.
Surely. Well, I never mentioned earlier, but to you, anyways, I mentioned to the other 2. We should, and apologies if it seems a little bit of a tired ramble of a directive, but it was mentioned previously there were rumors of a necromancer of some kind by Stella. So, I believe it's in our team's best interest to learn how to defend against magic. At least to an extent.
Very well.
Now, I understand you're a military man, so I'd like to suggest that perhaps it's in your best interest to formulate a defensive strategy against such a threat, whatever it may be. Whatever you can find on necromancers, right? Or, well, magic in general. Could be anything. But we'll go with what we've got, right?
Alright, I'll do some reading then.
Thank you, Val. Whatever you find works best.
Do need to grab a couple things. Yeah, we'll do this. That way I'm good enough for combat. I never actually tested how this looks. Meh, good enough. If we worry too much on small details, we'll never go anywhere. And just don't let them consume you.
I was pretty good at jumping anyway, so I don't really need to look.
Weeby by that logic.
Morning.
Good morning.
Water seems best.
Why are you wearing a sun hat indoors? That's ridiculous. Who would ever do something so dumb? I'm wearing sunglasses for a different reason. I'll read those later.
It's good to have you back. Glad to see everyone made it back in one piece as well.
Yes, of course.
Good morning, Val.
Morning.
Did you already eat?
Not me.
I have not. I am.
Find someone other than who's being racist? Who the fuck's being? Are you being racist?
Breakfast, it's not you.
I want to see the cows, yes. I want to see where the milk comes
It's a
from.
really weird looking cow. Go.
Elias, how did you manage to score 4 whole cows?
I'm joking, by the way. It's not my mother.
Isn't that village like starving?
I don't give a shit.
What are you eating?
Yeah, that's fair.
They decided to give it.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
It's their
Vegetable
stupid
soup.
decision. Not mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
that's-
vegetarian. I don't.
You know
I
what?
don't
That's
eat
fine.
meat.
That's fair.
Four of their cows, their literal livelihood that keeps them alive.
I will eat
That's
this.
all.
Turned away from you then.
More of their
I
cows.
don't mind
The
seeing
thing
it.
that can
though.
provide them with
It's
food during the winter
not
months.
the
the crops
best
can.
You have anything that can, like,
Having some sort of
heal injured arms? I've had to
I
drag
don't mind
four
you
cows
eating in front of
from
me.
the village basically by myself.
Yeah, I guess.
Eat in front of you?
I'm killing me.
It's fine.
I don't mind it.
Less of a healing, but this should help with these soreness
Okay,
if you
I
let
will
me.
eat everything in front of you then.
Their choice, their decision. I'm not winning.
What?
Well, maybe we should, considering they just gave us 4 of their cows.
But for now, we won't. You guys are
now,
gonna do
yeah,
this.
Wait, what was that?
Maybe.
How many? 4 cows. We have 4 cows.
How's that feel?
The starving village gave us 4 cows.
Old, but it's better.
Wait,
You like this?
where? I want to see the cows.
Somewhere.
the other one.
You know,
Farming to it.
farm.
There's weeds.
Good to have you back, Yiko.
I'll just come on over here.
Good morning. What are you doing with his hands?
They were previously
Fixing the
His arms are
soreness.
sore.
I had to drag 4 cows from the village all the way back here, so...
Students to charge
They
their
still
gallantry through your kitchen.
took it from the
Okay.
Say they're traipsing all sorts of places.
Yeah.
Glad to have you back.
From the mission.
I don't know anything about this. Well,
Yes. Safe travels and all, yes?
Haunted fruit. Running back. I'm gonna go see the cows, I think.
I went to grab the banana. It disappeared.
Yeah, it was actually a really big village. I thought it was gonna be like a lot tinier, but like they had like these really big massive walls.
I'm so enthusiastic about these cows.
Oh, I keep hearing about them. Like, still not sure as to how we've never noticed them before.
I mean, to be fair, they were like there was like a couple hills in the way.
okay.
They're kind of like tucked in.
Do you think
like,
you could use a door?
right on the coast.
Oh, the
Yeah,
mission?
pretty
Yeah,
cool.
okay.
So what of the necromancer?
We got a bunch of
I
cows
heard they
from
were
him.
odd.
We found a bunch of people, it was
Well,
nice.
I don't. We found a necromancer. The necromancer was like really nice.
Mm-hmm.
And like,
sorry,
gave us
but
tea
there
and
was some
bread.
trouble with their food and
Did you eat the tea and the bread?
Oh no, I still have the bread actually.
unless there was some solution.
It's just a little moldy.
They're concerned
Yeah,
about
don't
their
eat
Probably not eat that.
bet about it. Unless it was moldy when you received it. I didn't check it again, eh?
I mean, if you buy it around the
pretty
hole,
moldy when we got it.
probably not too bad.
So there is
Wait, we probably gotta check that.
Notice we have plenty
Well,
of
there
bread
is a
here.
necromancer, but
It's
the,
not
I don't,
moldy.
the
Well, I don't
necromancer
want to waste any food, you know?
is nice and raised the
Don't
dead.
already
to
gone.
bring
We specifically told not to eat the bird.
Well, we can use it for the science stuff. You know, you guys can do the
Well, that's...
So there's a necromancer raising dead women and children. Sorry, men, women, and children.
nice to us. Told us not to go into
Yeah,
a
you can
big
do his,
fog.
I don't know.
The fog smelled like awful, like
shenanigans
a
stuff, right?
dead
You can
cat.
like put it in a bowl and
That's
then
done.
shake it around a bit and then
Switch it about a bit and have it change
Yeah,
to the
so,
color
like, see if
green.
it's,
Just
like,
Met
moldy
the
and
necromancer. They didn't fight or anything.
No, they gave us
Apparently they
tea,
offered tea.
bread, wanted us to come in.
Very decrepit too. Like,
They really wanted us to go into the house.
They also really didn't want us to go into the fog.
We didn't drink it, of course.
Nor did they really want us to leave.
Warned us.
Any idea why that is?
That's it.
All of that you just mentioned?
I wouldn't go back there. I wouldn't.
What the fuck?
True. It's true.
The fog was pretty brutal. It stung. It stunk. There's a dead guy in there.
Oh,
Gotta go.
She's not the one who's
oh.
Very well.
He's gotta
Leader of
go.
Team
There's
Ignis.
something else there.
I think I have to go.
I think I gotta be in a place.
I would imagine so. For a
Oh,
second.
right,
guy
you're
being
the
nose.
leader right now.
Back to Don's it
Yeah, I
is.
don't know where Luke is.
Right.
He might be working
Hang
on
in
this
there.
project.
One of them.
Guessing it's the biggest one.
We'll wait in the building, Yuki.
Ah, glad to know everybody made it back, yes?
Yeah. Well, it's a scouting mission. I doubt anything would go wrong.
I suppose so. Maybe it's just me being paranoid because of the last 2 missions. So what's with the armor? You expecting trouble today?
Weight training. I have to keep used to it. We're going on a mission soon anyway,
Fair
so
enough.
I'm not going to be taking it off for a while.
Good to build up some muscle.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Make it a little bit beefier. It's a good morning.
I guess it is. Do we have cows, actually?
Apparently
According
four.
to Solis, yes.
Okay. I still can't get over that a village that was supposed to be not going to last the winter would give away their cows, but I guess that means we have...
I was just having this
equal
conversation with
value.
Professor Neller. I find it very concerning that they just put us in a considerable amount of food debt.
I have a
We owe a
feeling
lot
that
to
some
them
people
now.
are probably very angry about that.
Were we having a food shortage again? I thought we solved that.
No, we aren't, but they are. And they gave us
Then
4
why
of their
don't we
cows.
take their cows?
I don't know.
They're probably expecting an equal amount in return.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
we probably just got
That's
screwed
the
over.
concern. Farming
what are we
division
going
is
to do?
gonna have
Give
our
them-
work fucking cut out for us.
I mean, what are we going to do? Give him the bees or the rabbits? I don't recommend it. Obviously.
Crops?
With the dogs.
Oh, no problem.
I mean, we can give them crops, like, as much as we can, but... I mean, we're gonna have to sustain them during the winter, I presume, especially now that they've given us 4 of their cows!
How many cows did they have to begin with?
4 less now.
Well, I know basic
I
maths.
can ask one of the teams that was there, but I imagine
Good idea.
4 cows is probably a majority of the cows that they owned.
What's that? Talking about those cool cows out there?
I don't think this
You
town
should-
would have been stupid enough to sell all their cows.
Right over here.
That's
Yeah,
Right,
definitely
only
not
2/3
stupid
of
enough
them.
to give us 4 of their
Should we
cows
specify
when they're
now that-
starving.
I don't think the person in charge of that town would have agreed to that deal.
Yep, I imagine he wouldn't. Him and his glorious mustache.
A silly trade.
Yeah, who makes
Some
such a
very
fucking
stupid
dumb
farmer.
decision,
That's a
LeBron?
strange
I don't know.
decision.
Imagine just giving it all
really.
Strange
Like
fucking decision,
This is a
LeBron.
Hey, you know what? At least I'm sure this is a peaceful town that won't execute its people for committing such a horrible act.
Exactly. You know,
Well, luckily
I
now
don't-
Rosewood
this
owes
is-
them a debt and will probably be feeding them for the winter. Because they gave us 4 cows!
Oh yeah, we just give them back the cows once they do the thing.
What can you say?
It's not how
Or
that
give,
works.
you know, crops back in return. But
Yeah,
That's why I assume if they give us 4 cows, you know,
What if it was a loan?
breed.
Yes, that was
I'm not really
mine
a
before I
farmer,
put it down.
but you know, I imagine this.
I don't
What
wanna
if there's
think about
interest
that.
on this? What if it compounds daily?
Interest on
I
the
mean, they are
cows?
villagers.
I mean, this sounds like a scam. It could totally be an interest scam.
It does sound like a scam.
listen, I've dealt with shady
Wait,
fucking
wait,
markets.
wait,
This
wait,
sounds
wait,
like a
wait.
scam.
I'm sorry.
What if the cows are deceased? And
I
That's
I
another
could jump
concern.
over it on,
They're
on
just
us,
in our
and they just
farm.
murder
We
all
haven't
of us
quarantined
because they
them.
watch
We
want the
haven't.
castle.
They're just like right on our farm. They could disease all of our food and starve us out.
To you because I've heard
And then
We
we'll
need to
starve out
quarantine those
from
things.
giving the
They might
villagers
just
all
want
the
to
food.
physically though.
Because we're in a food debt,
Yeah,
apparently.
so I'm gonna talk to the chancellor.
As soon as fucking
make sure.
possible.
Last I saw, he was at the
If we
gate.
don't make sure these things are... He's probably in captain's meeting right now.
Ah, that's true.
Oh yeah, we don't. Yeah, don't use this.
I mean, they might be the reason why their crops are dying.
I am sorry.
And why they are in a low,
Oh my
low
god,
food supply.
yeah.
Maybe
So
that's why
there
they
was
were
like a
so
fungal
eager to
dis-
give them
So
away.
okay, wait. There was like a disease on those crops, right?
And those cows ate those
No,
crops.
And those cows haven't been.
It sounds like you're reading some like some.
And so
Oh,
we
no.
haven't quarantined the cows. And
We
the
need to go
disease
now.
that was on the crops could have been carried.
So
I
we're
think we
having
need to
this
talk to
theory,
Professor
right?
Mordred.
Apparently there was a disease on the crops.
I think we need
so
to
the
talk to
harvest was always
Bombadil.
bad.
I haven't seen
we have just
Bombadil
gotten
yet
4
today.
cows from the village.
I've been literally looking
gonna
for
talk to
him.
the
More
Chancellor,
than
'cause this
we
is-
should logically get.
Yeah.
What if they are just either trying to get rid of the cows that were diseased, or they are trying to just rat us and wash us all out of this castle, and maybe even hope that we die, so they can take this place and take everything we have.
Yeah, I'm
Or
gonna
maybe
talk to
they're
the
putting
Chancellor
us in
about
an
this,
interests
'cause this is,
alone
like,
scam
bad.
for food.
Or that, but I don't think villagers would think that far.
This is very bad. This is very
Well,
bad. This is very,
I
very
mean-
bad. We should go now and say something before we decide to slaughter one of them. This is bad.
Yeah, I'm worried that he's in a
Can
meeting.
you-
and he's
You
gonna
mean
be
out
freaking
of
out like
you
he
mean
did
out
last
of the
time.
3 cows?
Okay, well.
They're probably diseased cows.
Not for long if they're diseased.
I mean, I'm not going to touch them. I mean, we.
Okay.
I don't think. I still never thought we needed cows.
But this might be also very bad for our crops and our stuff that
Okay,
we are growing,
asshole.
our food. It might get us into trouble. What?
Behind you.
Oh my god.
I pointed at the food and he stood in front of my hand.
Understandable, yes.
I'm gonna
You know what?
I'm gonna go see what the Chancellor's
Which
up
is
to.
my point. Try to avoid killing any of the new
Oh,
animals.
that's right. I need to wait in the team
I
spot
would
for the
never kill a
team
cow
meeting.
unless given permission to now that I've learned my lesson.
I don't think we should touch
I
them
could
at
go
all.
for a burger right now.
That would be very cool. Then you will get the
Come find me later. I have a question to ask you.
Did you know we got 4 cows?
I did not. Sorvera did not mention that.
We're apparently in debt because we have 4 cows now.
We're in debt?
Yes.
Who said we were in debt?
I don't know, but people don't give away cows for free. Especially starving people.
Perhaps it was a trade. Perhaps we're giving them something as well.
I don't know, no one's put in that detail yet.
No, but I mean, if we went over there to make relations with the town, I wouldn't be surprised. How we did it back in Rosa. It's always a trade. Who knows?
Have you guys seen the Chancellor around?
No.
I imagine he's in the meeting with all of the team captains.
I believe the Chancellor's just right over here.
Where did the Mari go?
Around.
Did you happen to hear anything strange last night in your bedroom?
No. I wasn't in my room.
Nothing, not at all. See, it's unfortunate.
I've been doing overnight work on a project for Aethertech Division.
I see. You, went to work on your gun the other day. How did that go?
It's done.
You finished it.
Yes, it works for once. I still need to find out how to make it a little more effective. It's not as good as the ones
Your
back
bird
home.
is. Well done. I'm sure having some range on the team would be useful.
I still wouldn't consider myself ranged quite yet. It's an option, it's not viable.
That's alright.
It takes almost a quarter
Still
of
an
a
option.
minute to reload.
That does not sound useful at all. That sounds like a long time.
Though I can hit something from roughly 100 meters away.
Violently?
Haven't tested out its full range yet, but
I see. Could be useful for sneaking up on enemies.
maybe once. It's quite
I
loud.
don't know if I'm hearing that or not.
No, we're hearing that. He's
Oh, I
right
see.
over there. Oh, this is probably going to take a while.
Probably.
Well, Team Ignis isn't going near me now. Great.
What did you do this
They think
time?
I'm diseased because I look like a cow. They
I'm sorry I'm so
I
late.
look like a cow, so they think I'm
Octavian
diseased.
pulled me aside.
That sounds racist.
Actually, it sounded a little racist.
Should I push people down?
So,
I can take one of them out from a long distance.
Ignis being dumb in the other room, and they
not a
said
surprise.
that I was diseased.
What?
I look like a cow. Have you seen the cows? They like I have ears like a cow, nose like a cow, tail like a cow.
You know, their
Why
dorm
would I
is
have
directly
disease?
across from ours.
They think I'm just. Yeah, they think I'm
You
diseased.
could get a good shot.
It's less than 100 meters.
Falls asleep in Lumen Dorm again. We'll just hold him hostage.
That'd be fun.
We don't even need to tie him up. We'll
Why
just convince him it's a surprise
Give me
party.
Any specifics on why they think you're diseased?
Because they said that cows are diseased or something like that. That's all they really said.
Apparently, we got 4 cows from the village, and apparently they might be diseased.
Maybe, but that doesn't
Oh,
mean you
Stella
are.
also has claimed one of the cows as well.
We're not claiming the cows. We no.
I don't want a cow. Actually,
one of the cows is gonna have all the spare gamsons
Potions,
on it.
It might be able to shave its horns using little potions. Could be interesting.
Shaved cow horn is a normal part of potion
Stella was
making.
here with. Wait, where is Stella? Stella was with me. Hang on, I need to go.
I don't know where
check
she
where
is.
Stella
I
is.
don't keep track
One minute,
anymore.
I'm gonna go check on her. Hang on.
I just hope Tella's doing alright.
I really hope he hasn't,
Enter the meeting. If anything happens to him, then they would notice.
or he falls asleep and no one bothers to
I
wake
really
him
hope
up.
I don't have to make him a potion. I would rather he not, because the aftermath would be worse to deal with.
Yeah. I just wonder what's keeping him up at night. Is all. This is probably the worst he's been.
That's true. As I've seen him, I don't think he's very long.
Concerning though.
Very.
Oh, Kingsley touched me, so I'm going to the medical office.
That's not how that
What?
works.
No, no. Oh my god. Come back here.
I could hit him from here. Oh, never mind.
Why do you think Kingsley's deceased?
Because somebody came and told us that all the cows were diseased.
Kingsley is not a cow.
What? First of all, he's not a cow.
I think they specifically referred to the cows as their people.
Kingsley's
That's not how that works.
Everything they've said has led me to believe that Kingsley is a cow, including everything they've said to
Kingsley
me.
is not a cow. He's not a cow. He's a furball. Very different. They can sometimes look a little bit like cows, but they're not cows.
So are they confused?
I think you're
Probably.
Maybe we're both confused.
Maybe everyone's confused. You know, a wise man once said, I know that I know nothing.
Very true. But, one thing I do know is that he does not have a disease, so you do not have to be afraid.
I also know he's not a cow.
Well, I believe I'm willing to believe one of those two things. So either I'm going to the medical office or Kingsley is a cow. So I'm choosing that
But
Kingsley
both
is a cow.
are true.
No, they can't both be true. You're wrong. You're incorrect.
What do you mean? Why can't both be true?
Yeah, give me the word. Give me the word. Give me the word and I can hit him. Oh, he's gone.
I think if you'd hit him, he'd do more brain damage than he already has. He'll do his no
You can't
good.
hit something that's not there. Come on, Honora, you know that.
Be interesting. Let's see how he ends up.
Absolute savage line.
It's going to be a fairly long meeting.
I mean, they're coming back with their findings, so. I just hope Teller's is going to be able to fake it alright if the coffee actually worked.
He seemed very nervous when he was talking to me.
Shit.
He actually
Where's
forgot
the
that he
keys
had a
again?
meeting, I believe.
Oh god.
We could activate a flight or fight response and get him an adrenaline rush.
I could already go begin looking for ingredients. Preemptively. I might have like 2 or 1 in my room. Yes, I should have. Just want to do it.
If you need help. If you need help.
That'd be very nice.
Don't mind.
I'll have a look in my room and see what I actually already have on hand. If I have anything on hand.
Sure.
The rest I'll have to scavenge for.
Where did Kingsley go?
I don't know. I was gonna go look in the cafeteria. I'll go have a look.
I petitioned for us to take one of the cows that they brought back. It's the, the royal beast of House Everton. Right. But apparently all the cows are diseased.
Yes, they might be. That is a possibility. This is a starving village. They don't give food away for no reason.
Why would it be so?
They wouldn't. The other people spreading around is Aqua Team. However, it is logical, but we don't know for certain.
Is there a way to test cattle?
There are, yes.
Do you know any cow specialists?
Well, myself has visited my family's pasture. There were every so often the mad cow.
Is it curable, at least?
Sometimes depends.
Okay.
Depends on what's wrong with it, yes.
Hi.
Hello, I can
Welcome back. I just had an argument with Octavian.
Remember, Mother Guy is a
He's right
bitch.
Why are you screaming?
Well, one of the students said nothing that serious.
I mean, if the meeting is longer, we could go down there and we can go check the cows and see if they actually deceased or not.
I suppose so. I wouldn't mind waiting for Tal to return if you wanted to get him a start.
Oh, look, they're ran by a captain. There's another captain.
We may as well all wait then.
There he is.
There's our captain.
Oh, Tim. Sorry, that was a long one. Right. First of all,
We're missing Honora.
important. Honora. That's a shame, because it was important for her as well.
Oh, look, there's Anura.
There she is.
Shall we wait a moment?
Oh, I was.
Ah,
Sorry.
no problem.
Are you alright?
So, fine. I really might need some further help, but regardless of that, let's get this out of the way, shall we? The scouting team returned, and your suspicions, Stella, were correct. It is indeed a necromancer. So, the prior directive I gave to a few of you about looking into defense against such magics, particularly now, occult, I believe, is of most importance. It's something that the Chancellor himself referred to as a damned monstrosity. And, quite frankly, that man spoke about it worse than he speaks about me. So,
Wait, you're informed of the nature of this.
I was told that they had undead 7 or 6 under their command. I'm unsure what exactly that means, but I did hear something about a mayor within the
Servant bodies.
Please.
You know.
Servant bodies. Right, that's what happens to this. Fucking hell. Okay, well, anyways. Additionally, there is a fog present outside of the village. The fog is known to be poisonous, and the scouting team have collected a sample, which is to be evaluated, and we will be given information regarding it. Those who
that why
are
it's so foggy
members
here?
of the... I'm unsure. I hope it's not poisonous here. That would be...
If it was
terrible.
poisonous, we would know by now.
Precisely.
If it's creeping in.
Well,
I mean, it could have a long-term effect, depending on what it is. But let's see.
to continue from that point, there was also a cave spotted within the fog. There's no further details on that. That was all that was seen. Alongside, of course, a necromancer. The fog has had a sample collected. It's a form that's, well, it can be stored in a vial at least. So, that's something. Those who are part of the alchemy division, so myself, Honora, and I believe Cerelia, we must all report to Bombadil's office and meet with him and the Chancellor at the sound of the next event bell. Unsure what that will entail, but I'm sure it involves poison, so great. Other than that,
Perhaps
the
inspecting an
village,
antitoxin.
perhaps. Well, other than that, the villagers were mostly amicable, but there was heavy mention of distrust towards the mayor. Alongside a heavy rumor, perhaps truth, of the mayor being involved in some sort of deal with a necromancer involving the graves of the village. So, he's seen as filthy, and so is a necromancer. Well, our mission, as what has been described as a kill team, alongside Aqua and Ignis, is to neutralize the necromancer. Now, that, quite frankly, is terrifying, but it's what we were to be prepared for. Furthermore, the situation with the fog, whatever that may be, and that cave, it is is undecided onto whether another scouting mission is required, or, well, if we're just ahead in there blind. I suppose today's results will tell.
Perhaps we can speak to
That
Tracking
is,
Division about some kind of mask.
A mask. Right.
Mask? What?
Well, people don't want to chance this, especially if it's a cold magic kind of thought.
I mean,
That is,
it will entirely depend on what the book actually entails. If it is even harmful, or if it has long-term effects, depending on what it does.
well,
If it's
you should assume the worst if it is confirmed as poisonous, but we'll have more details on that once we're done analyzing. That's the word. Analyzing whatever's in that vial. So, I'll inform you all of that, or Honora will, or Cerelia will, when we return to the dorm later tonight. Otherwise, that's all for the bad news. Apparently this is good news. I'm unsure, quite frankly. I'm not a fan of new faces, but there's also meant to be some new arrivals, students, coming to the island in a few days' time.
I see.
Primarily of concern for the two short teams, of course, not for ourselves, but keep your eyes open in case they are a threat of any kind. And especially if they have feathers, I do warn you that... Sorry. Anyways, that's everything. In terms of discussion, well, go ahead. Anything to say, anything to add, as it were.
I did want to claim one of the cows that were brought back by the team, but they may or may not be diseased, so I'm not sure.
We have cows now.
They're cows.
That wasn't mentioned. Or
I wanted to go over there and look.
Okay. I'm going to. Is it alright if I head up to
I'm
my
actually
room
gonna go
see
to
what
Trade and
ingredients I
Rage.
have
If anyone
available,
needs me, I'll be over there.
I'll see what I have available, and I'll make you a potion because this is clearly not working.
It's fine. No, please do. But
You're stumbling like a
it'd be
drunkard.
best.
I'm going to have to have another. I'll keep you informed if I need any more ingredients to have a look at. Sure.
And remember, the moment the bell rings, office, Bombadil's office.
Right.
Okay, great.
Did they? So, as a kill team, are we going for both the cave and the necromancer?
That's to be decided. Right now, the necromancer is an absolute. We had to swear we would kill the necromancer, otherwise the professors here would. So, no option really. The cave, I'm unsure. It's to be confirmed, as it were. But going forwards, we should prepare for that. So, considering our experience with sewers of some members of our team, we should consider close quarters fighting and techniques for that.
Wonderful.
Makes sense.
I'm sorry, Val, I know it's your... I was going to say, I know it's your area of expertise with combat, so any knowledge you can share regarding that for our formations or, well, how we can work best together in such a situation would be excellent.
Right.
Right. Well, that's everything. Other than that, what is it you always say, dismissed? No, I wouldn't say such a thing, but take care of yourselves, alright? And most importantly, if the Chancellor saw this necromancer as so much of a threat as he did, to downplay it as a monster and the worst kind, I want everyone, including myself, to be at their best when the time comes. This thing, in the words of the Chancellor, and I'm not sure if it will incite as much terror in yourselves as it did me, it has the ability to strip a soul from someone, to prevent his passing into the afterlife, or to see the gates of death, in the Chancellor's words.
Blah, 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 all that stuff does exist.
To avoid a...
Something like that, so we've only been on like one mission.
He's suggesting it, so he believes we are. But I want to make sure that we're all ready for it, because the last thing I want is to see any of you, well, have your soul stripped from yourselves. Whatever that looks like, I'm sure it's absolutely terrifying. So yeah, we'll avoid a fate worse than death and kill a necromancer. Lofty aspirations for us all. Go Team Lumen. Right.
Then. Yeah, formations probably then. Figuring out how to protect yourself against a necromancer.
Yes. Good luck, everyone. And if you find out anything very important, I'll of course be at the alchemical office or over at the training grounds later in the day. If I have the energy. If not, I'll be in the dorm. If you need anything,
Sounds
we'll
like a
need to
good
share
idea.
anything. Right. Okay. Well, good luck, everyone. Oh, you too, I suppose everyone else has already made their way.
Take care of yourself. That's concerning.
Mm-hmm. Certainly is.
You look like shit.
Well, I know. I'll work on it.
It's alright. When the time comes, we can use stamina potions.
Right.
Short-term solutions.
Ooh. Short-term solutions. Try not to get addicted, I suppose. That would be bad.
No, it's terrible. I've seen some of the guys at base, or at least my former base, get addicted. Turn into skeletons. Absolutely terrifying.
If you were to ask me what I would do,
Well,
Is that the heat will hit them until they die?
you know. Well, okay. I think you'll misinterpret.
what did you go off to? Run? Get some more coffee?
I went for one run and then I went to look for you guys, but you and then I kept on going to look for you guys, but you were still gone.
Have you seen? Have you seen Sorale?
I just saw her right as we all left that one area together.
Oh no. News just keeps getting worse.
Oh, wonderful. It's not all bad.
Oh my god. Keep that to yourself.
Actually, I'm more interested in this one.
What have you done now?
Oh, he's 100% dead.
Oh, Miss Bellicosa.
Yes.
Have you seen Sorale around?
I saw her running past not too long ago, but it seemed like she was coming this way. She may have not left the building though.
I'll have a look around. Thank you very much.
No worries.
fucking called it. Palvendor for the win.
Sorry about that. Someone on my side was talking.
We'll be called away when...
Anura, please. Wait here for 2 seconds.
Alright.
Where did she go? She was just there. Anura, she was looking for
Is
you.
Caldwell the one in charge of
She went
crafting?
that way.
Oh no.
No, he's missing.
Who are you
Who's
looking
crafting?
for?
I'm looking for crafting division so we can get math.
That would be
I'm not risking this stupid fog
Skyant.
thing. Skyant, okay, she's not gonna be here today. There we go. Do you know when we did Talivate mention when we ship off?
No. I think we're...
She's right here.
There you
I
are.
made her wait.
Potion thing. Hi.
Alright, I've run out of red caps. I wanted to see.
Stella, do you even know how to take care of a cow?
Yes, I do.
How many stomachs does a cow have?
Sounds intense.
4.
Your life? Yeah, I'm alright.
Is it 4? I thought it was 5.
It was, oh, yeah, they were cooking, and I don't know why.
I don't know how to take care of cows, it seems. You win.
It's the only animal I know. I do a damn good job at it, okay?
I apologize for doubting you.
I want to,
That cows had 5 stomachs. Is it 4? Ah. This calls for some celebration. Let's go, Palvendor. It's the event bill. That means Alchemy Division is gone. I should probably also clip that on. Pop that bad boy on. No, not the helmet. We won't do helmet today. Awesome. It is 4 bottles of wine. We're going to party. Oh. So way up there. Hmm. This isn't really good range. Well, I could get up there somehow. I don't feel really safe practicing my gunshots anywhere. Man, I really want to test this thing, 'cause this thing's got some monster range. This is pretty far. Could use this as a zone. This one as a zone works a little better because some of you shorter enemies on that side, taller on that side. Interesting. We'll practice that later. Game. Come back. Aye.
Pushes in.
Why would you do this to me? This is quite rude.
Get clean. Wipe your wash your hands. I'm not going near another professor when he's touched a
I
fungus.
wouldn't trust that water. I wouldn't trust it either. I think it's worse than whatever was on his hand.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna be quite
Fine.
honest.
Somebody's been using this water as a toilet.
I mean, we could throw him in the ocean.
Dragged away, so goodbye.
Wait, what?
I don't know what's wrong with them, but you're alright. What happened to your eye? Oh my god, did somebody punch you?
What? No, I just... confused? What?
That's Latin. I just realized that's Latin. I can't read it very well. That's how it's done.
Oh, perfect!
Wow.
Did Kingsley get it?
Did Kingsley get the potion?
Yeah.
I don't think Kingsley touched the cow.
He apparently touched you, which he then considered touching a cow.
Oh yeah, he did pull me out over the fence. Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Okay, I'll...
Yeah.
Do you know where Solus is now?
Solus? He's over there. Up front.
Okay, we gotta get the antifungal cream or something.
He's been touching a lot of people, it seems.
A merchant actually offered a man a chance to win.
Sugar intake is always good.
When
What is
people wash
happening?
themselves after.
Okay.
And Murtish.
Where is
Why are
Solus?
you standing in a door?
Solus is in Terragorn cleaning himself.
Because we are.
Like,
Just, you know, mind your manners and walk around.
I want to go to bed already.
What do you mean
I just wanna
Murtish
go to bed.
touched the cow?
Shut up.
Murtish touched the cow.
There's Solus. Oh, there goes Solus.
I was gonna shout best. I'm just.
Probably.
I did not.
Okay, then you're
I've
fine.
even seen the cow.
They're not there.
They're diseased.
Why is Murtish cleaning himself and why did he touch
Because
the
the
cow?
cow is diseased.
What?
The cows are diseased.
Are you sure about that?
The cows licked his hand after feeding them.
That's what everyone is saying. I don't know.
How does that make him diseased?
I need cow.
Yes.
It's
population
now 3.
That's how.
Basically, get licked by the cow. End of discussion.
That kind of looks like Lugia Chris. Lugia Chris.
What necromancer?
Stronger button.
I think I do.
Maybe.
gonna like fly off, right? Because if I don't do like any kind of exercise, or just like
This
flies off
sounds like a
everywhere.
job
Like,
for
I don't-
crafting division.
Especially if it hits him in the glasses, you're gonna break his glasses.
Yeah, that's
We
true.
need
It
to
won't
talk to
break
you,
my
and
glasses.
preferably the rest of Ignis, but apparently
Almost
the
like
rest
it
of
might shatter them just a
little bit.
Probably the Arnia, right? That place.
There's not enough tension there.
We can talk to you instead.
I've been defeated. Let's go.
If there was, it would have broken already.
It wasn't.
Not yet.
Oh, understandable.
If we have to climb any more mountains or rocks,
What?
What is it?
We're becoming what I hate. People who stand in front of
I could
doors.
get the cow if the chancellor signed off on it, so I'm very excited.
The cows are diseased. I'm going to tell you this right now. So don't
Prove it.
touch
Well,
the
we're
cows.
gonna,
Prove it now.
I've already hugged the cows, and then like.
Because everybody has to go. Has been having to go wash the hands after touching Murtesh's hands.
Why?
Because Murtesh got licked
He's
by the cow.
infected with he got infected with.
How do we know the cow is diseased?
Because it's from the village, and they ate the crops that were diseased and had the horrible stuff on it. Whatever.
Do you know that?
Because people have told me.
Because that's a high probability, but it's not a certainty. So there's a high chance everyone's doing that for nothing.
That is even what the professors have told me.
They should really make some sort of protection against diseases. No. Professor.
Careful standing right in front of the doors.
I am...
Yes, sir. There we go.
Actually, wait, I need to talk to him. Professor Caldwell. Sorry. I just
Yes.
remembered I had to talk to you. So I've had an idea for an invention for combat practicality, using some of the formulas we've already gone over.
Nothing of value.
Do you know of any way to transfer heat to a specific source?
To move energy to a specific source would be within the Ignis school. So that'd be based on fire magic or energy.
I had a theory for a device that would be connected to my legs. They do generate quite a bit of friction with all the moving parts. Sort of like a short burst of flame through the hand.
Could certainly do it. As long as you have a idea. Could certainly use the energy from movement. Just be ready. Ignis does pull energy from other locations. So if you're not careful exactly how you designate it, any metal that is touching skin is going to get very cold, depending on how hot you make that fire.
I was probably busy with something else. I'm sure there's good reasoning for
I see.
everybody's on the same page.
I'll have to think about a way to counteract that then. Thank you.
As long as the designation is correct and you don't overcast it. You could focus more towards your lower leg, the joints there. That way, any heat that gets transferred back down to it, or energy that gets transferred back down, should only slightly cool down your upper leg. The friction of movement should heat it back up fairly quick. Just remember, designation is key.
That actually gave me a better idea. If I can cool the temperature of my legs down enough, it would be easier for ice to form on them. While additionally fueling for a short burst of fire.
However, be careful. You'll have to double check that the metal your legs are made out of can handle rapid temperature changes. I'd hate for something inside to break.
That is true. Not to look into it.
If you're going to aim for something like that, maybe the shoulder pauldron. No, it doesn't have much friction, so maybe not.
Easier to move around.
It's becoming daytime again. This is most concerning. Take it I wasn't the only one who noticed that.
I was inside the entire time, so I wasn't aware of any changes.
Well, there we go. I will see to it.
What?
I'm unsure.
I was outside. I didn't notice anything.
Yes. Factor in many things when creating your spells, especially if you're going to use your self as the origin.
I'll have to think on it more. Maybe edit some parts.
Since it is, I'm assuming Aether Tech you're planning?
Yes.
You want a simple solution for a low circle spell. Add something. Don't think about using what is there. It's Aether Tech. If all you need is friction, add something that will build up a lot of friction. Maybe have something that's mechanical so you can activate it, spin some gears, something. Cause as much friction as possible real fast. And draw upon that instead of yourself. This would require you to probably have something to wind up, or a separate power source for it, but how to plan that out is outside my domain. I can help you with the formulas. I can throw ideas out. I've seen plenty of people trying to use Aether Tech, but I'm no expert in it.
I see. I just don't want to end up like the poor fool on the board.
Yes.
Still, I could probably make something steam-powered. That gave me a lot of ideas.
Well.
Do you think
if you
there's
have ideas, make sure to write them down before you forget them.
Do you think there's a form of magic that could make either steam or some sort of wind? That's Ventus, correct?
There is wind magic. Yes, Ventus.
Nailed it.
Was entirely based on wind.
Something to think on. I'll probably stop by tomorrow and go over some formulas if that's alright with you.
As long as I am not busy, should be alright.
Just let me know if you are. Go this way. Are you doing
Oh.
anything important right
Hey.
now?
Absolutely not, please. Oh,
You wanna go shoot guns?
please, yes.
Let's go.
Fuck me.
Slow day, huh?
Yeah, I mean, all my team is alchemy class right now.
Oh my gosh.
The
All
others are
of them?
resting because of the trip, so
Wow.
yeah, I'm kind of alone.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. Do you need to go get your weapon?
I will.
I'll meet you there.
I got it.
Nice. Would you like to go first, or should I?
You go first. I want to see what that one can do.
Alright, make sure no one steps in front of me.
If they have any, no eyes on their fucking head, they probably won't.
Oh, it's been a while, and this is going to be the first test of this thing. So I really hope it works.
Sure hope you built it well.
Which one should I aim for?
The middle one.
Middle one on the left. Ooh. More of a drop than I
You hit it,
expected.
technically. I myself, that must be a bitch to load.
Yeah, that's why I have a compartment down here to open it up. I still need to put the tube down the end there. There we go. A little higher to adjust. And fire. There we go. Much better.
Yeah.
Need to adjust this a little bit. It seems to shoot low for such a distance. Usually it's a little better.
It's probably because of all the long ass barrel you have it. It's gonna give more drag to the bullet, making it. It's gonna make it more accurate, but it's gonna make it also not as fast.
Oh, I actually do have a solution for that. There's something we did back in Palvendor with some Aether tech. Removed gravity from the equation.
Ah.
Made these things have a beautifully straight shot.
You could have infinite range with that. Well, except for air drag.
Unfortunately, it still only hit about 100 meters. Some people actually managed to get their bullets to move even faster and reach 200.
Wow.
I think
you even
the
have
record,
the aim to hit something at 200 meters, let alone 100?
I think the record was about 214, if I remember correctly.
I'm on one hell of an eye on that guy.
He had a scope.
Ah, that explains it.
I might need to actually get a scope for this thing.
I don't know how you go about getting that, to be fair. I mean, if you got two magnifying glasses, you could just duct them together with a little metal rod on the top. That could technically be a scope.
Come on now. You're thinking too small.
It works, it works.
Why not make it eighth attack?
I mean, you want more?
Think of the limitless possibilities. You could adjust how far you're looking.
You don't need 8th attack for that. You can just
Right, but
have
it'll
a
be
little
lighter
knob
if
that
it's
makes
just
the-
a mama thing, you know? Crystal pops up with a little display.
No. I mean, I guess
It would be
but
lighter,
it would be super complex. You think the school is you're gonna dispense the resources to make that?
No. I doubt they'll let me do that.
Yeah. Hello, Talia.
Hello.
You got to go
and I'm
talk to.
working, and then we should go find Neller.
That was short, but well, it was good enough, I guess.
I didn't
I
get
have
to
to go
see
talk to Nara.
yours.
If you're still back here, I'll be back. Yeah. Oh, sure.
I'll probably be around here for a... Actually,
If
now
you
there's
want, I
no
can
one
leave
here.
you here and come back for you when we actually find him.
Alright, then do so, please.
Isn't he the one that turns invisible and flies?
Does he?
I saw
I've
him
seen him
fly
like
in.
kind of bluish.
I mean, he gets
I've
kind of
never seen
misty,
him fly.
but no,
he
he
needs to
flies.
find us, so it'll be fine.
I guess. Well,
Ooh, I have a splotch of paint on it, it seems.
my turn.
This thing is rather dirty.
I can't, shoot it from that far away because I don't exactly use just
Well,
a
obviously.
ball. I use a lot of balls. A lot of balls.
We can move up.
Need to move all the way up. I don't even think this is gonna hit that flare. Let me try.
It barely hit. It barely hit.
It barely hit.
Listen, if you want some of the
bad range.
if you want some of the Aether tech that makes it shoot farther, I do know how to make that, and I could help you build that on there.
Honestly, I was thinking of refurbishing this entire thing. To be quite fair with you, it is a pain in the ass to have to switch from grabbing it here to grabbing it here. And it's also really front heavy. That wouldn't change, to be fair, but I would at least like to make it a trigger system where I could shoot it by just grabbing it here. It's not like you're gonna have the luxury of in the middle of battle adjusting your hand. Hmm? Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
I mean, if you grab too hard there in the middle of combat and you shoot,
Well, that's why it's a safety. You
no
know,
point.
you don't have a safety?
Yes, it's called my finger is not on the trigger.
To be fair, usually the safety on these guns is when you just let the hammer rest so it can't physically make a spark. Even if I press the trigger, if I don't prime it with powder, it's not going to shoot. I'm not going to walk around with it with, ammo because it's just going to fall off. Like it just did now.
That's why I have the extra bit in there then. See, when I move the hammer back, it opens up.
I was thinking of making this a 3-barrel shot. You ever heard one of those guns that have a rotating barrel?
Yes,
You
I've
have a
used
barrel here, you load it. You have? Are they any good? I was thinking of making
the
mine
one I
that.
used
3
only
barrels,
had
just
2
rotate
barrels.
through it,
Actually,
boom. Now instead of having to reload all of this, I could just rotate. Boom.
no, the one I used had a barrel here, a barrel here. The way you would prime it is you'd flick it like that, and then it would switch the barrels.
Ah.
The only downside is you'd have to load both barrels, so you'd load one, flick it, load the other, and then flick it back.
Huh. How many barrels did it have exactly? Just 2?
2.
Would it work with 3?
Probably.
Don't mind me.
Hey.
Oh, this is still too close.
Go back.
Caution on the range. You might want to move.
Caution on the range. We have 5 weapons.
This one has a longer range, so might as well shoot from farther, right?
Oh, I got to shoot it at least.
Talia. Yes.
Are you in the middle of anything?
Unfortunately, we have to go talk to
Professor
Noah. What do
Miller.
you need?
You have to go now, Val. With weapons. I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you for your help when I, refurbish mine.
Yeah, no problem.
But until then, have fun. Practice. Become a crack shot.
I have to go on a mission and kill things, so that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Probably. So you really need to do that. So yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Thank you.
Ooh, that was a good one.
Well, nice rifle. We are requested at the behest of Team Ignis to be at the courtyard alongside the rest of Team Lumen and Professor Calvo.
Why?
It's important, apparently. I haven't been informed further, I'm afraid.
I swear, if this is
Are you
about
aware
the
of where
stupid
Nura or
diseased
Kingsley are?
cows, I'm going to shoot someone.
I hope it's not. Have you seen Honora Kingsley about?
No, I haven't. I've been here, quite literally, shooting the shit with Ulysses.
Right. Great. Well, was that going well?
3 out of 4 shots.
Did I miss something?
3 out of 4. Great.
The first one was the first shot I've ever done with this rifle, so...
I see. The other 3 you hit. That's quite excellent. Could I have a quick look at that? I am in a hurry, and I believe we should be, but
It's
it
going to
piques
take
my
me a
interest.
solid 15 seconds to reload it, so...
Ah.
Also, I did need to talk to Yorl about something. The
Right, well,
item.
yes, I was-
Courtyard.
Yes, I'll be there soon.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you any long. I was just wondering if the little project we discussed, if maybe it's perhaps moved up your
It is
list.
literally next on my list, yes.
Oh, excellent to hear.
At most, if things don't go too badly, maybe 3-4 days. Depending on when the mission is, of course. But I'll...
That sounds good. No, that sounds quite fine.
I could get a couple people to rush it. We
appreciate
might
it.
be able to do it in one, but I don't know if it'll be ready by
I'm
the
not
mission.
I'm not in desperate need of the thing. Anyway, I don't know if you've heard, but it's not been decided yet whether there's going to be another scouting party sent out. So
Sorry.
I see. Well, it sounds like they really wanted
but I
me at
do
the
appreciate
courtyard.
the work you're going to put in.
Of course.
Yes, I do. I hope that's nothing too serious. Is it something about cows and disease? Or?
Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. It doesn't exist. It's not real.
Good luck, regardless.
I just wanted to shoot my gun. Just wanted to enjoy my time. Which courtyard? Fucking shit. Which courtyard? It's the other courtyard, isn't it?
Yep.
I swear this better be important.
Yeah, agreed. There are plenty of things to be doing right now.
I see. So Octavian's making more of a fool of himself. Right.
Yeah.
I thought he was doing better. Earlier this morning, he pulled me aside, trying to help me work on my physical capabilities, being quite uncharacteristically nice to me.
Perhaps he's just trying to work in his claws.
Is it because you grabbed his nuts?
I make the tea in the mornings.
Oh, that's fair. Could be that one too.
Oh, I see.
That's not
Yeah,
what I
that's
meant.
how politicians work. They butter you up and then they ask you for favors, and then when you go and think about it and try to
And then they
think
get
a reason why
assassinated
you
in the middle of
shouldn't,
the
then
night.
they go and say, but I've done so much for you already, you can't do something for your friend. And then so on and so on.
Right.
He's my professor.
Of
not
course,
my
I would never
friend.
do something like that to any of you.
Well, Professor Caldwell's gone missing. And I see no members of Ignis anymore.
He was over by the training grounds. Did you not see him?
My eyes feel rather heavy, Val. I might oversee.
I mean,
a few things. My apologies.
I saw him enter. I never saw him leave. He might have left through the other entrance.
Right.
I was too busy shooting
Perhaps
things.
he did.
Maybe.
Have you tried asking for Caldwell on the earring?
Or Zuku.
That is
Was it Zuku we're waiting for?
Or Zuku.
Yes.
I'll inform him. Right, how do I use this again?
You just touch it nicely.
Over there, probably not find anything, but it's worth a chance.
Yeah, you just touch it. Easily one.
How long do you think we have before the mission? Because I need to upgrade my gun again.
That is a good question.
The
Tell her I haven't
Chancellor
told us
did
yet.
mention a few weeks.
A few weeks. Oh yeah.
Or
but
no,
20
sorry,
then.
not a few weeks. Sorry, about a week. Oh my god.
About a week.
A few weeks. Perfect. I'll get 3 barrels. I'll get dropless.
No, not like that week. So it's like every other day. So I think it's like.
I'll just work non-stop. It's fine. I've done it before.
Okay.
As long as you're not hindering yourself for the actual mission.
Does that?
No, that's what stamina potions are
Sorry,
for.
sorry to break, but does that mean 3 episodes?
Currently, it's scheduled for 12. That could change, give or take.
Episode 12. Okay, got it. That's a look at day. Check. Okay. The mission's on 12, right? Okay.
Zuko is completely silent over the comms. Out of character.
Right.
He's not in the channel.
Oh my god.
He might have fluxed out.
What a great pot!
No,
What
you
a
can't just
great
call
idea
someone the
this
loser
was.
because they fluxed.
Why not?
We could go have a look around instead of waiting
So we just
here.
go to the arena and then yell at him. to get
Hang
on
on,
the phone.
is that where you wanted us?
We could take it. We could take a.
No,
portal.
he just said to meet him somewhere with Caldwell.
We could each take a teleporter and meet back here if we
Let's take a
find anything.
teleport. And if anything of note for the people who are in alchemy, please look out for some red cup mushrooms.
Well, let's get it.
Wow.
Let's get it going. Ignis is now leaving the arena.
Kella?
But Zuko is not there. Caleb found where's Zuko? He's not on comms.
Where's your captain?
He's on the way.
Hello, we doing something?
Very unprofessional.
He's not in.
I thought we couldn't blame people for fluxing, and now we can.
Well, he didn't flux.
Did he?
He's still here. I'm
He's
pretty sure
here.
he's still,
He just doesn't
he's
have his
still-
earring on.
Yeah, he just took his earring off. Like,
What is the point of these earrings if you don't wear them?
Hello, Stella. Hello, Inorat.
Hello.
Hello, Sorley. Hello, Tel.
oh no, I just realized
Hello,
that you have like a different shade of yellow. Than
Is Aqua joining us too for this talk?
Yes.
You
I'm grabbing the rest
you
of our
seem a
members.
little high up.
This guy is something important.
Alright, so apparently there's not a personal request, then there's something else. Okay, then.
I think it's important.
I don't know what the fuck Zuko's wanting. You know, he's not even on the call. Great.
Ah, saying I was high strung.
He was grabbing Oriana.
Oh, let's see.
Right. Nothing like that.
We're just waiting on Oriana after Zuko gets there.
He's fine.
Is he always like this? 'Cause I've seen him fall
You
asleep
wait.
like this.
Yes, he's always like this.
Alright, cool.
If I aim high enough and I shoot my gun next to his ear, That'll wake him up.
Don't do that, he'll go deaf.
Horrible idea.
Did you say something?
Sorry. Oh, Professor Caldwell.
You're on the wrong side.
Yeah, when did that happen?
Everybody's gathering.
Not sure what Oriana has been all day.
I don't know.
Is Zuko
I hope it's
arriving?
not for missions. We have like 3 days to do these.
Again, Zuki was grabbing our other teammate, Ariana.
No, so we have a
He said he knew
week.
where
We
they
have a
were,
week
so he
to
went to
do
go
missions.
retrieve them.
We don't need to get done so early.
If we need weapons, tell me now so I can spare us the time.
We're going to need weapons.
Do you know why Zuko is gathering?
Probably.
I heard
Probably.
Just told we were going over more information.
Jarl.
Yeah, considering we're gonna be the ones going out there to, I don't know, kill whatever's out there, it's probably best that we know what the fuck we're up against.
Yeah.
And to plan
I mean,
things.
we know
Considering
it
that
works.
we haven't been told on the information,
do.
it's
Don't worry.
quite
I've been told
We'll
information, but I'll
disclose
wait.
once everybody's
know.
here, so we don't have to repeat ourselves. Now, where is your team captain available as well, or is he not here?
He was with Zuku too, question mark?
He
Alright.
was talking to Malik along with Zuku.
If he's talking to Malik, do you mind radioing him in and telling Yorel to tell Zuko to turn on his fucking communicator?
He's not. Yeah, he doesn't have his earring on.
So everyone seems to forget they have those things.
They're incredibly fucking useful.
Home Depot theme. Do 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 do
It's always like this. You know. It's like a normal tall thing.
Did you not ring enough of the antitoxin?
He'll be fine later.
He didn't sleep well.
Orphan here alongside the free teams as a present for the kill
I don't think he
team.
sleeps at all,
We
to be
do not
honest.
have Zuku present being leader.
Zuku, put
Tell
in your
they've shown up.
communicator.
With the Chancellor and does not have.
What?
With your
He's shown
earring
up
on.
now.
Put in your communicator. You can't just like tell everybody to gather up and then just not be there to tell them where and whatnot.
Yeah,
Or
but where is
be
Rihanna?
online.
I think I can. Yeah, he's wearing the earring.
You're
I
not.
saw them over here.
Yeah, I'm.
Pretty certain I saw him wearing
Did
the
you
earring
turn
this
it
entire
on?
time.
With Oriana, and they ran off this
I see.
direction.
Did you turn on the earring?
Whatever that meant.
We tried to contact him. He went right through smoke.
Yeah, it really is.
Zuki, where's Oriana?
I
With
don't know.
Avi.
I couldn't
Wherever
find
the
her. She
fuck
was
they
with
are.
Avi. Yeah.
Then
Oh.
It's fine. We're
Why
gonna.
are we here?
But most of us
Use
are
your
here.
earring,
Everybody's not here
go
to be
and talk to the
proliferated.
other
Come on.
captains and ask them where they are and to locate them and to bring them to the courtyard. Do your job.
Other team captains.
Don't just
and
fucking run
staff,
off,
and then
Zuku.
can
You
be
need to
done.
use your earring. You have it for a reason.
Where did Kingsley go?
Good question.
Somebody do it. There's 3 of you here.
At least we're only missing one team member.
I've already used that damn thing too many
I'm pretty
times
sure
now,
Rihanna is
and
pretty
I've been told to keep it short, and I can't do that right now in this present
I said it was
situation.
the
So
two, 'cause I was-
he can do it.
Just,
Well,
yeah, just keep
Fucking
yourself
hell.
stable. Till
Yeah.
we'll fix it later.
She been having it rough.
It's over with.
I have called them. I have not received anything yet.
Okay, why the fuck are we here?
We are discussing
Thanks
plans.
for-
There's also some new information that came up that was not told to us. I asked Professor Caldwell myself.
Okay.
Some of us didn't want to kill the witch, but I was one of those people. But I've changed my mind based on the new information that I've received. That being that the witch was chased out of the yes.
Yeah, we were told. We were told that it was a necromancer.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's a
Called a necromancer,
She does the
not a
worst kind of
witch.
she practices the worst kind of magic there is, which is using people's souls.
Yes, don't
as
downplay it as a
essentially-
witch.
Yeah, it's a terrible practice, and she has
It's a
killed
terrible-
before if she practices it.
I know. I had misunderstood a few things. I am fully aware now
Oh my god.
what I'm dealing with and what we are all dealing with. So, we are going to kill the witch, of course. However,
Necromancer, not a witch.
the necromancer. I personally believe that we should head into the fog first, and only attack the necromancer first if she gets aggressive.
She's a
After-
murderer.
No, soul stealer.
Yes.
Worse.
But she's not.
That's
Yes.
worse.
But she's not
Yes.
the one causing the disappearances in the village. So we should probably deal with that
Okay,
first.
so you're suggesting that we
We know
deal
it.
with a mage last versus a completely unknown scenario in which many of us could be injured and not be at full capability.
Maybe if you wait until he
Afterwards.
finished, he could explain what else was in the cave.
He does have a valid.
Please let him finish.
Yeah, it is a bit of a jungle story.
There is also a cave that we've been informed has a nest of dreadworms. Now, I don't know how many of you know what dreadworms are, but I know a good bit of people know. Because a dreadworm is the reason why there is 3 graves up the top of the hill.
Do you have more information on that? as well?
Riveting speech, Zuko.
If the witch decides to attack us, that means that she's trying to hide something from the mist. And that means that she's probably cause of whatever is in the mist. After the battle with the necromancer, sorry, I keep saying witch. After the battle with the necromancer, we are going to regroup and decide if we are ready to head into the mist. And same in the case that we head into the mist first, if we are not ready to fight the witch, we are going to either leave it to the professors, which is the best choice in my opinion, or we are going to go away and do it again once everyone is all healed up. That's what I think is the best we could do. People that disagree, go ahead. We're here to talk about stuff.
For the people that were also in alchemy class, for the people that were also in the alchemy lesson with Chancellor Malak, will also know that there is a hypothesis of the dreadworms having a queen there, and that most of them are juveniles. Apparently they are weak to cold magic, or just cold in general. But we had some ideas for using either some students that have any ice magic, ice affinities, or whatever, like maybe some potions to coat your weapons. Maybe a mist or a bomb.
We are also in the process of making an antitoxin from what I can remember of classes.
Also.
Which seem to have gone decently well.
I would like to add that the mention of a bomb was brought up by the Chancellor, and it does seem to be something that Professor Bombadil will be overseeing, so you can count on
He'll
that
be
at
helping us
least.
further on the matter.
Yes.
That's where we use that one.
Now, Raum did make a good suggestion earlier, I'll say openly, so Raum, if you want to speak your mind.
Right. Well, if you're talking about a bomb is useful in one's especially strong force, which is just using the heart of the nest. But if we are to try and do a more excessive, like long-term force, like at the outside of the cave, I suggest that we have a source that can give a constant flow of freezing mist. For example, a certain brew in a cauldron we set outside of the cave where we guide the mist into the nest. Like smoking out
one of
rabbits
those
out of a hole, but then
Could be. Like with bees. Have you smoked bees out with some smoke?
Mm-hmm.
But instead, it's interesting. Like a large...
It would be good as a weakening state.
Theoretically.
It would make it easier for us to get in and maybe indeed drop a bomb straight on the queen, the mother.
Even more if it is confirmed that most of them are juveniles.
That would be
That is true.
Very good. Thank you.
Mind you, while they may be juvenile, their shell is probably still pretty damn hard. From what I've been told,
We've been informed.
You know.
We've been informed that their shell is weaker due to them being juvenile. It won't be as well developed, and of course, because of the cold, they should be slower, giving us time to put it in between the plating. That's the force, at least. Carry on.
Well, I just wanted to mention that it is very, very, very good that they are juvenile, and we should probably do our best to strike as soon, because if they grow, there's no way that we're gonna be able to break through the shell. Go ahead.
How long does it take for a juvenile to be matured?
I don't think we know. We might want to do more research into these red ones, since I'm not very familiar with what they are.
Because
The councillor shall be giving out notes at the end of the day, I believe, to any student who wishes them. If you can read. If not, get someone to help
He
you.
specifically told
bunch
me
of them
that
at the
he's
same
going to
time and
put
they're
one
croak.
on every.
What was that Zuku? Say again. You were a little quiet, sorry.
Sorry.
He told me that he's gonna be putting information that is very important about the Dread Ones to every dorm room.
Right.
Another thing that I had planned was to, in case of the Necromancer becoming aggressive, I personally had an idea that involved you, Cal. That ability.
What in the
of yours-
blazes do you want me to do, Zuko? Go on.
That ability of yours that allows you to disappear momentarily.
Right. What about it?
If she starts getting aggressive, I feel like it'd be a good idea to have you strike, as you are the only person here that I believe is able to almost completely coat themselves. While that puts you in a lot of danger, and I am very aware of this, I feel like if we don't want to deal with an army of undead, killing her quickly would be the best.
If only we had some sort of ranged option for that.
Precisely. Do you
Give me
really
about
think it's a good
75
idea to
meters
put
and
me
I could hit her.
straight for-
What if we set a house
Do you
on
really
fire?
think it's a... That too. Do you really think it's a good idea to put me straight...
That is a good point.
Zuku, next time you suggest I go straight into the face of a dangerous magic user and I try to deal with them myself while you distract everything else, please realize that this is a threat that is apparently so dire it can strip the soul from someone's body. If you think I'm going to be foolish enough to walk up to someone who can do that just to me, then you are sorely mistaken. Don't ever suggest something so stupid or foolish again to me.
We should try talking to them before we do anything.
Of course.
Have the squads made any contact with
Maybe
her?
they don't know entirely the consequences of what they are doing.
If you are practicing necromancy, you know full well the consequences. It is ripping someone's soul out of their body and putting it somewhere else.
Maybe you should tell
You
her
don't just
that.
do that by accident and then think it's okay.
You don't do that by accident.
You can't perform magic.
I hope you understand that many villains don't find themselves to be in the wrong. It doesn't make them any less evil.
Necromancy is not something performed by accident.
And the last thing we need are a bunch of sympathizers.
It is
Exactly.
a very... The knowledge of necromancy is so incredibly well hidden that even beginning to not learn about it can get you killed. Professor Neller said it himself.
I understand that
Necromancy is
everyone wants to
purely evil art.
give someone a chance.
You can't just do it without knowing. How do you get a soul without knowing?
Necromancy must never be dabbled with. I'll give you that as a warning now.
Gil. As I said,
Don't say something
we are
stupid.
going to head to the mist first, and we are not going to engage with the necromancer unless she gets aggressive. If you're so unwilling and it causes trouble, then we are going to let the professor handle her.
That was actually something.
Killer.
I know that everybody believes in giving someone a chance first before acting or acting in such a manner, but this isn't the time for that.
Do we have any information of the other squads making contact with her?
Ventus.
Or not?
He spoke with them apparently.
They spoke to her.
Yes.
That was brought up.
I had plans to speak with her later on that matter, actually.
That might be good. You'd catch her by surprise.
She was described as docile,
Terracer.
from what I remember.
Was that not?
She
Very
was probably
confused
just
as well.
an insane old lady. That's what I've understood at this
On your
point.
question,
I'm saying using the
Was that not your squad?
It was. I was the one that spoke to her the most.
What was she like?
To tell you the truth, I was a little glad my squad met her, then Jill was in it. She is the perfect example of what happens if you're not careful in your studies of occult magic and how far you go into it. She's very much lost her mind, believes each and every one of those undead to be her child.
Do you believe she didn't feed the mission into the cave?
If she spots any of you, she'll definitely try to stop you. Maybe not aggressively, but she cannot want any of us to leave. Just to get the students away took 5 minutes. To get myself away without angering a necromancer who was standing in front of me took another 10. She is very, very clingy. And if she thinks any of you are in danger, do not put it past her to try and grab you and take you away where she thinks she can protect you. Whatever form that protection means.
I mean, it could form as a distraction.
Do you really want to risk that?
Distraction to what?
Are
What's
we
the
willing to
distraction?
use someone as bait? I just argued against that very point for myself.
I'll do it.
If there's no
don't know
other
how
reason,
fast
I
she can
will.
be.
Unless we can get a few people and we are 100% certain that all of them can take out an extremely powerful occult mage, I doubt that is a good option.
Agreed.
I'm just putting it on the table.
I appreciate it.
It'd be far easier to pelt her from range, and we don't have to deal with their underlings.
So,
Well,
what happens to the undead when she dies? Do they die too, or do they stay?
Listen, yeah.
so, from the report, there was a total of 7 undead, or 6. One number or the other. Now, there is, of course, this occult caster, the necromancer, but we have 3 teams with 5 members each here. So, would it not make sense for us to assign a team to handling the undead and 2 teams to the necromancer? We'll see how much of a problem the undead are, and then we still outnumber the necromancer. We need 2 teams that can work well together, and 1 team that's a bastion against the dead, clawing their way towards them, right? That's perhaps a good place to start if we wish to be physical about things.
I would say the teams with ranged capabilities should be the ones facing off against the necromancer, as having those 2 be able to be backline and facing off against her from a distance without risk of getting themselves injured would be beneficial.
Right.
But that would leave Ignis to deal with the undead. Which I have no doubts you could do quite well. You are the tankiest among us.
You made me blush.
I think
I can agree.
that works. I still do think that it'd be better for us to head into the mist first, however.
If these worms are as dangerous as you claim them to be, I believe it might be more beneficial if we deal with the mage first, take time to heal, and then go after the worms, plural.
They did say that the mage may try to stop us if we proceed further into the forest
Exactly.
and seek the cave.
I also,
as much as I want
it would be unwise for us to go after the worms and then have the necromancer come in to kind of pin us.
Yeah, we'll be getting got smoke stories.
Necromancers.
We'd be stuck with the worms on one end and the necromancer on the other if we don't.
If this is the worms I think you're on about, then we need to handle them with every precaution. Having a mage and a necromancer on our back is not optional.
It'll have to be dealt with.
I agree.
Deal with the necromancer first.
Professor Arcturus, what was the surrounding, since you said you spoke to her the most? What was the surroundings of a hut like? Was it just deep in the forest, or was it a clearing?
She's a little further into the forest. A little bit of clearing, but not a lot. If I were to start, it would very easily spread.
I mean,
Val,
Val,
too
does
much
your...
verticality, so we could stop a fire if necessary.
Val, does your rifle work already, or is it still a work in progress?
I've already shot 4 shots today. My aim is not as good as it used to be, but I'm still pretty good.
Can you hit the necromancer?
Probably.
Okay.
Depending how
that's what
far it
you'll do.
is.
3 ranged combatants.
So,
At least
do you
that can
count
give
how
us
many
some cover.
undead there were?
As we said, 6 that we could confirm. I'm unsure if she had more hidden away, or if she had more wandering around trying to find more children. Wasn't
If
fully
she
there, so I
thinks you
can't
a
confirm.
friend, there's no saying she made more in your leaving. In the time before we return.
Questions?
Strangely, she doesn't seem to think too much that we're a threat, but understand. As I told Zuku, she's driven away from Kavira. She She very much looks at every Favirian as a possible threat. So, we're not too sure how quickly she may flip if I'm there.
It's okay. Oh, I was gesturing them. Those two, yeah. What I said I was gesturing those two. You can speak.
Oh, okay. I thought not. Six, but potentially more undead, and one necromancer in a small hut surrounded by relative forest. And you said, was there a way of going around? Because we've got two conflicting objectives, what it feels like. And we're trying to argue what's more important. Can we not?
The thing that's actually
The
killing
two-
people
two-
is the most important one.
Oh my god, we're at this again.
Can we not
There's a
consider
way to sneak past her. However,
separating
there
them
is an issue.
into two operations? Just, I don't know, worries me. If it's really dangerous, is the three of our teams going to be enough?
That's why we have professors there with us who,
Yeah.
of course, the professors,
are likely gonna be with us.
and if I may say, the professors have been instructed that if we are not capable of killing such a necromancer, then they would do it. When we were asked to take up the mission, as it were. So, if we're not up to the task, which the Chancellor believes we are, then the professors are in place.
We're up to the
Now-
task.
A single mage, no matter how powerful, is weak against large numbers. Especially a mage made of simple flesh and bones. They will fall like any man or woman will. The trick is to not fight them on their terms.
That is why I suggest ranged. Okay, we'd have to catch him. Which is why I decided we'd have to catch them off guard, which is why I suggested, distraction. If they're that eager to talk to someone and keep them safe, we could orchestrate. If there's enough ranged in the surrounding area, lure her out, and deal with her as fast as possible.
We
That's
just
a lot of-
torch the hut and drive them out.
But the forest.
I heard a mention of something explosive. How many are we bringing? Do we know yet?
Undecided.
To be made.
I believe it's still in development.
We can get more than one. We can use one on the witch. We can have someone approach, and as the range take fire, set it off. Then we go into the cave, plant one at the source of the nest whenever we get there, and blow that along with the entrance to the cave.
Or is there still fireworks in the warehouse?
Obviously, there's a lot in the middle, but
Wrong type of explosive, I think you're talking about. We're talking about ice explosives.
Yeah, the explosives were for the worm caves.
It'd be very disorienting with all this going on.
Everything burns and
I will say, if we're going with this plan of
Understandable.
putting someone up
There's
to
forest in the
combat
surrounding area
states.
with a village near it that's not burned down to the ground in the process.
Right.
well, with an ice explosive, that won't be an issue.
Papa. Will she be affected by it?
Yes.
She'll also get a frostbite.
Everything freezes.
be affected by.
No, I'm concerned. If
See the dreadwing. Hold on. Did you?
Go on, Lotharian.
We were able to see large bites taken out of a corpse. Strong enough bites to get through the legs. Completely take them off.
I was just thinking, Zuko raised the two plans of which comes first, right? I mean, if we haven't seen them come out of the cave, then the smart option would, I guess, to go with the necromancer first, right? If you're unsure that she could turn on us, then would make more sense if we haven't seen them come out of the cave. They're not aggressive and fought, correct?
Unless, 20 of us can sneak perfectly past a necromancer and her 6+ undead. I don't think we should have any other goal in mind other than to deal with her first.
No, not very stealthy, so...
Have we told them there are
Because...
necromancer,
Yes.
you know,
As well as
in detail?
Plenty of them have been briefed. I am sure they have discussed exactly what they are dealing with.
So
We've been told that we're going after
the particulars of how necromancy is performed?
Those that were in my office are roughly, not the exact specifics, but they do know in broad
I believe it would
terms
benefit
how
people
And
to be
here
more
we
keenly
were
aware.
talking so keenly about preparing them for what they came up against. But I will trust your better judgment.
I believe
This
it
is
would be more
dumb.
beneficial if we know more keenly what we're up against. Because I'm afraid that some of us might not know exactly how evil an act necromancy is, nor what capabilities that entailed.
It might be better to push aside this meeting for another day. Give everyone time to learn things.
They don't have that reaction to the word necromancer one typically expects.
No. They really don't.
It's up there with serial baby murderer, you know, that sort of thing.
I didn't even know what it was before the other day, really.
Well, there is that.
Not exactly something I think I would hear out there.
I've only heard it as a tale. I never
bad.
thought it to be a true thing.
Yes. Alright, I'll give you all a very quick rundown of what a necromancer is and does. A necromancer is a powerful occult practitioner who uses the souls of the dead to raise and inhabit corpses. The process of taking and keeping these souls are not entirely important at the moment. However, what you must know is that these souls are destroyed in this process. They cannot be saved. They are done, ended. There is no meeting void. There is no going beyond the gates of death. There is nothing.
And you are but a power source to be used to take down your companions.
And if that is at our back, trying to attack us, while we're trying to take out the thing that actually matters.
I called on Ra.
What are the conditions for a soul to be extracted? How long does it take? Can it be instantly? Does it go by touch? Does it need to have a ritual? Does the character need to be, this person need to be dead? I want to know if
Depends very much
there's
on
a chance of
casting and by what method.
I just want to know if even that happened, then would those already be considered lethal.
I would say that if you are facing a necromancer and one of you falls, do not let her get close to you.
Your mana gate at most times is guarded. You're guarding it even now, though you may not be aware of it. It comes as naturally to you as breathing. It's the entity through which, within your composition, you expel mana. I'm sure you've been taught this much. You form it and shape it into spells. But Suppose for a moment that gateway becomes unguarded, or someone forcefully breaks in. What if instead of you collecting and expelling, they start collecting from you? This is not unfamiliar to other bodily functions. We are more vulnerable whilst we are asleep. You are more vulnerable once you are unconscious. And the more powerful the warlock, the faster and more of you they can gather to themselves in a shorter amount of time. Much the same way as Miss Bellicosa here is able to collect large quantities of mana into whatever she's deciding to show off with. Is that somewhat clearer?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
The important thing you need to know about dealing with the undead themselves is that the soul being used to power their animation is usually held within their head. Sometimes in fancy rocks or crystals, talismans, but there is an anchor of sorts held within their skull that is used to keep the body moving. So headshots are preferable. Attacking the body
Headshot.
and limbs may slow an undead down a little bit, but you will not destroy it.
How durable are these undead?
Quite.
It is not uncommon for necromancers to practice various embodiment practices to harden their shells, thus to slow the natural decay. And of course, the might of the soul that powers it and the rate that power is expelled also affects their capabilities. For such reasons, undead intended for battle are typically purpose-made. You'll know when you're facing one. General servants, on the other hand, are tuned for longevity, primarily, so as not to spare them the bother. It is an awful trouble having to go out and harvest fresh souls from the innocent.
Now you all know what you will be facing, and the crimes this woman has committed to create her little family.
Yes, sir.
Well, since we're aware of the undead threat we must face, and as our primary threat, I might say, considering the severity of necromancy, we should most certainly consider it first. We are aware that we are to deal with this necromancer using ranged capabilities, and
Blah, 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 blah,
and to keep in
blah.
mind how we kill them as well. They're
Blah,
not
blah, 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 blah.
humans, as it were.
Blah.
Or, of course, any other race. But, regardless, let's get back to talking tactics, shall we? Or would we like to delegate ourselves between our teams and decide what we do best before we reconvene at another time?
I would like to add that I believe the idea for Ignis to take on the undead and Lumen and Aqua to handle the necromancer to be a fair one, since we would be able to take on the most damage and keep them at bay.
Well, I shall leave you to your delegation. If you have a renewed interest in learning to defend yourself against the magical arts, you know where to find me.
Yeah. As everyone said, the plan for us to go against the undead and you guys to go against the witch seems to work perfectly fine. Mostly because none of us have ranged capabilities other than one spell from me.
Lara has her
That
whip,
and
but
you
it's
all
not
seem to be
not
the
enough.
most defensively
Tankiest.
capable, the tankiest.
Yes, they have the most shields.
If you are able
Depends
to
on who they are.
at least hold back the undead until we are able to deal with the necromancer, and then we can join you. Again, like the professor said, she is flesh and blood. As much as she has these great and powerful magics, she's still a person. These undead very much are not anymore. And they're going to be much tougher to defeat than just a normal person. The necromancer might be hard to get closed in on if we are going to be aiming for that. But a few decisive blows should do it.
If you could manage to strike her down before getting too close, I think it'd be best.
That would be the best.
Are there any of those who are
Should
against
actually
the
take a
split
time of your
teams?
discussion. If you need me, come find me.
Mm-hmm.
But you seem to be on the right.
Oh, Professor.
My concern now is, again, well, the necromancer is, we're going to have to focus on range, and I don't think going in there with an attempts at negotiation or trying to talk to her should be of any interest to us, nor will benefit us in any way. It seems like, at the end of the day, she's going to try and stop us. We shouldn't even bother.
Then we strike fast.
She's gonna try to stop you from approaching her.
Yeah.
I think she's gonna try to stop us from leaving and going to deal with the worm. Worms.
Yeah.
From the thing that she warned us about and was afraid of.
Exactly.
Why?
She won't want to see us get hurt,
Exactly.
because then we'll leave and die.
Mm.
And she won't be able to get our bodies to bring us back.
Yes.
Yep.
So we can move on to the next topic at hand. Is anybody against this plan? Going after the necromancer first, and Ignis taking care of the undead.
This is so pointless.
Who all got close enough? Do you know if any of yours got close enough to the cave to see how big it was?
The mouth was fairly vacuous. Definitely not going to be incredibly easy to sneak up into. It's sort of a grassy knoll and then the regular cave. There's not too much shrubbery or anything. About like 10-ish meters from the mouth of it, so about the distance from me over to the tree. Probably be able to reach the mouth of it from where I was standing, and well, probably to the bend of the actual tree there is about how tall it was.
Right. Can't guarantee that it doesn't narrow as it goes in, but I believe that if we're going to be talking about dealing with dreadworms, I believe more information is in order about what they are, how they nest. As far as we know, they are weak to cold. It will slow them down. However, knowing their actual mannerisms, knowing their actual, typical nest structure, if this is like any other type of creature, there's going to be a good amount of space for workers near the front, then nest in the back, broodmother in the very back. It's going to be mostly defense.
Is there a certain hierarchy to them?
The Chancellor was going to, inform us later of any more like important information on these grandparents, so we cannot really talk about that until we have more.
Grab a drink. They're idiots. They are discussing things they don't know. Acting like they're facts, just like the diseased cows. Don't have time for their petty squabbles. So Lupe on the corner of my eye.
Lost interest in planning, have we?
We clearly don't have enough information, and the group is much too large to have a proper discussion anyways.
Then we are of the same mind. I do not understand the point of appointing captains if you're going to open a discussion forum.
It makes no sense.
What efficiency is there in such a thing? It makes no sense at all. I'm glad someone else at least sees eye to eye on this. Same with the debrief this morning. You cannot debrief that many people at once. It's not reasonable. Oh well. What do you make of it, if anything?
It's a simple solution. Distract the necromancer, and then our ranged casters or marksmen get a good shot in. If they're just a normal person like they claim to be, should go quite smoothly.
Then it should be an easy ambush, and we should strike without them noticing. It is a simple thing indeed.
Once my team reconvenes for the night,
that being said,
I'll be telling them that.
Given that Acteris now knows who she is and they have had that conversation, I don't doubt she will be building some form of, defenses. It's likely that she's making various preparations as we speak. So therefore, it may be best to exploit one of her, I dare say, have you been told anything of a, deal between this woman and the mayor at all?
I heard that it was a rumor.
Indeed. Well, if there is any veracity to this rumor, then I might suggest the best technique is to arrange a dead drop, so to speak, and seizing her there, away from her defenses. Yes, that's probably the best way to handle it. Then we can deal with her house and defenses in more measured scenarios than simply charging the front door. Intriguing. Well, I shall be most interested to hear whichever crackpot plan they come up with. But tell me, what of Lumen? You have been with them for some while now.
They seem intelligent, but they simply need a guiding hand every now and then. And I've been doing
I have
decent
heard mixed
part.
reports of Stella. What do you make of her?
It is a complicated way to explain, but I'll try my best. For most of her mannerisms, they seem downright ludicrous, or even insane. However, she has a reason for everything she does. Whether or not it's a good reason, I still have yet to find out.
Indeed. And of the more long-standing members of Lumen, do they appear loyal to this woman?
Considering how one of the first things they did was remove her from power, I don't believe so.
Then it is a crisis of some sort. Miss Bellicosa, you are sneaking on us.
I am indeed. I was just listening to what you had to say.
I am merely curious as to the structure of the teams, as
am I.
informed by one particularly promising student.
Though you need not worry, Professor Nella. They have put me in charge of combat formations.
I see. I'm glad to hear it. I'm sure the plan will go through at least 7 more iterations before the day is through. So, I hope you are well versed and eager to change on the fly, as I have no doubt things will come.
Wouldn't be much different than
this Dreadworm scenario.
I believe they're armored, correct?
Indeed, and weak only to ice, it would seem, of which I am aware there are only 2 students frequently practicing.
Oh, they're in a cave. And as heat rises,
that they are.
If we have some sort of mist of some kind that was mentioned, it would simply go through the entire cave.
What was the talk of these bombs?
Apparently, Professor
I believe
Bombadil is making some ice bombs, or some explosive ice potions.
I don't like it at all.
I'm personally not fond of explosives in caves.
Neither am I.
Yes, I had the same idea. We have no way of surveying how such an explosion may affect the surroundings. And if we force the thing further underground, then we may be just multiplying our problem.
I'm not totally confused. Not every student wanted to deal with the necromancer first.
Well, it appears we have an interesting conundrum of sorts. I don't doubt we'll get rid of them in one way or another. I'm more interested in people's takes on the matter and what's involved. Their thinking. Still, I should hope have with the occasion to speak with Lumen more formally within my office at some stage. Perhaps not today, unless the meeting proves very much surprising in brevity, but certainly at some point in the future, if you could relay that request to Stella, I would be most obliged.
Of course.
Thank you kindly. Was there anything else, Miss Bellicosa?
Yes. Feel free to go if you're needed somewhere else.
Of course. I'm going to be continuing my training. Ooh. I was like, alright, avoid Bellicosa. Then I run into Neller, and that's way worse.
I had offered to deal with it personally, in not so many words.
Alright, let's move. You can sneak around the back of all of the buildings and get to a teleporter and go back to the range. My frames. My frames. My frames. Oh God. Not the frames. Not the gumdrop buttons. My good. The stupid meeting is over. Open menu. Close menu. Slightly better frames. Good shot. Lagging so hard, I can't shoot my gun. That one's impressive. Oh no, that's controller drift. Fun. What? What is eating all of my frames? Huh? Game? Nothing's changed. Or are you now eating every single frame I have? Do the trick.
I got lucky there. Honey.
Can either of you tell me
come in bouts, it seems.
why
Oh,
Zuku's
yes,
planned
apologies.
meeting was an absolute failure?
Well, I hazard a guess it has to do with everyone talking over each other and those with ideas not wanting to step up and talk.
We weren't given the chance to talk.
Part of the
All
problem.
parties were shut down.
However, the main problem is that the
Val, could you put on the
non-essentials
stove
were there.
for me?
Yeah, sure. There's no reason to have everyone at a meeting.
So what would you suggest, Val? We have the first and second in command discuss between themselves and the teams? Or, well,
The first in command is necessary. Second in command is optional. However, if we do have a combat specialist on our team, they should probably be at the meeting too. But we don't need everyone.
Let that
Stove's on.
simmer for a bit. Where did I put the honey?
I will say I did learn something about Team Aqua. I understand that some people agree that all life matters. However, when someone rips souls out of bodies, I don't think they should be considered a person.
Very true. I agree. Right.
Yes, I'll be down shortly.
Okay, I look forward to it.
I really hope that Zuko is not the brains of their tactical planning. Considering the idiotic idea of sending you in
Aqua
alone.
seems to be, their captain didn't say a word.
No, he didn't.
Oh, I noticed. The captain's actually a rather nice
I
fellow.
did find that interesting. Perhaps an upstart newcomer who's looking to cede his position?
Might have to wait on the tea for a bit.
Right. That's fine.
I believe Anura's fluxed.
Oh. That is a shame.
She's not moving. At all. She's just sitting there.
Not.
Nope, she's gone.
Oh.
We're busy.
Oh dear. So.
Alright, who is it? Oh, it's Zuko. Alright, come in.
Zuko?
Yes, I already invited him in.
Right.
I just, sorry, I'm gonna keep it short. I just wanted to apologize. I didn't mean for you to just blindly head in danger, and I wasn't going to force you to even do it. It was just something that popped into my head. Yes.
Right. Well, Zuko, I'll admit I'm feeling rather exhausted today as it is, so perhaps I snapped a little too loudly, but regardless...
Nope, that was a perfectly reasonable reaction to being told to die.
Never a good idea to suggest someone go in alone against something powerful. Whatever that may be, I'm not even aware of the actual extent that what we'd face, but the idea being put out there made you seem, well, willing to make foolish choices and sacrifice those around you. Now, if you'd have suggested yourself, it would have looked heroic, but for you to suggest me, the leader of another team, well, what do you think that looks like? Right. Look, from my first interactions with you, you openly mentioned about the weight of being a leader and how to meet that. I think you've improved considerably. You're doing a fantastic job, but you really, really need to consider the effects of your decisions or suggestions on others. Someday you're going to suggest the wrong thing, and someone's going to punch you for it rather than getting a little angry. So think about what you say before it comes out of your mouth, right? I've had to recently. Your apologies accepted.
Alright.
Sorry for shouting at you.
Just wanted- No problem. I deserved it.
Yeah, you did, you bitch.
Alright. Make sure you get better, and we'll see about the rest of the plan once we get information on the report.
Of course.
Alright.
Good luck with your training or whatever you decide to do with your team. Have a good
Yes.
evening.
Thank you. You as well.
Right, before I forget again, Professor Neller does want to talk to us at some point in the coming days. As in all of Team Lumen.
Regarding anything in particular, I've had little interaction with the man.
I have no clue, he just simply
Really
asked. He told me
seems-
to relay it to Stella, who I believe he forgot immediately was not our team captain after I told him that.
Right. Well, we'll go ahead and arrange that then. What did he mention about it today or the coming day?
In the coming days.
The coming days, very well. Then we'll make sure to pay him a visit. The entire team. I'll address it at our next meeting.
I will say, he's quite a fun man to talk to. Very intelligent.
Yes, he did give quite the knowing speech regarding the occult and necromancy, I'll admit. Seems to be a man of principle. That could be said for a few of the professors, though, but most certainly not Octavian.
I should find him later. I need to learn defensive magic.
And what defensive magic do you seek to learn, precisely? Just anything in particular, or...?
Well, if we're going to be in close quarters, something to at least negate some damage. At least for myself.
Right.
If I can back up as a shield, well, never hurts to have an extra shield.
Good thinking. Considering Stella's aptitude for that one defensive spell she's shown, I believe not putting all of her cards on her for our defensive capabilities is ideal when it comes to our backline, as it were.
I am going to be quite far away from any combat, so having a
Should
personal
someone approach you in the
protection.
flank, it's best if you take no damage.
Yes.
Professor Neller wishes to speak to the entire team.
Yes. That's what we were just talking about.
So now, not the coming days, right? Which one?
Either.
Right now?
Coming days.
Either.
Or now. I just don't know where Sorley or Kingsley is.
Or no, better. Yeah, where is Kingsley?
I believe he fluxed, and I don't know if he is coming back. Yes, he is not coming back.
Right.
I think he went to sleep for the night. He looked rather tired.
I see. Me too.
Speaking of which, has anyone seen Bombadil recently?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The trip was quite heavy on him. They should work quite well.
Yes, he is rather old.
I've only spoken to Professor Neller, and that's all I've done since I've been gone. I think Professor Bombadil also flexed, but I'm not sure.
Professor Bombadil's having a lay down. The trip on him was quite heavy.
To be frank here, this is a stamina potion created by Neuro to deal with my exhausted state and current. It is not prescribed, or recommended, but is, I believe, required this one time for myself to continue.
You're going to take it right now.
Lest I fall asleep.
It is about to be night. It is getting late in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to... Alright.
I gave it to him, what he decides to do with it is...
Yes, he has been banned from stamina potions. He cannot take them from
I
Bombadil or the
Chancellor's
Chancellor.
best. I've only been given one beforehand. He merely did it to make me suffer, I'm sure. I have errands I need to run tonight regardless.
3 at this point. Impressive. Got banned off
Precisely,
of 1.
and you haven't been banned, have you? 1.
Did you ask Bombadil or the
Admittedly.
Chancellor?
The first was prescribed by Bombadil. However, upon discussion with the Chancellor about my status and my struggle with sleep and rest, as it were, he decided to outlaw the use of such potions due to my reaction as I was coming down, believing I required another. I am more sound of mind now, due to the situations at hand. I need to function. Well,
I'm not
quite
saying
frankly,
you shouldn't
if I
take it.
lose my mind,
I'm just saying be careful. It is a slippery slope.
I only gave him one today. I didn't know he was going to drink it right now. Because I've been trying to get it to him all day, but everything's been preventing me from doing so.
Like the terrible meeting, yes.
Like the absolutely terrible meeting, exactly. The only competent person there from another team was Murtash and, like, Lithariel. And I would have never thought in the 9 fucking rounds that I would save fucking Murtash. Absolutely. Jesus Christ.
yes.
Murtash may not be the most intelligent individual, but he's very wise. Things that he learned sticks to him very well. Don't count him out just because he says the dumb things like 80% of the time. When it comes down to it, he's very dependable.
Keep it in mind.
I believe what may have been more appropriate during such a meeting would have been if we'd all have actually aptly discussed things with our teams beforehand. We had a general meeting going over everything we knew, and then we talked between ourselves as teams before returning with our findings that we've come to and conclusions. As we were sat around, twiddling our thumbs, coming up with ideas, whilst trying to throw our latest, greatest breakthrough out over the next person speaking.
I actually told Aqua and Ignis that we should go and convene with our teams first before having a meeting, and then decide to have it anyways.
And they are idiots.
Really?
At least they're leaders.
I don't think Aqua's leader's an idiot. I think he lets people walk over.
Yes.
That's incorrect.
Spoken a little bit to him and he seems quite competent, regardless.
No. Yoel is a good leader, just because he doesn't speak much. We shouldn't count him out. He has Amari and he has Lothario to speak for him, for matters such as this. When it comes to making decisions...
Maybe he
that's
lets
Yoel's
Amari
job.
speak to him.
No.
She kept talking over everyone.
She did do that.
It was rather frustrating.
That is something to bring up with Yoel.
Well, issues with Amari aside, the information we've gleaned from the meeting has actually proved useful. Now we have a plan going forward. So, as per Nella's suggestion, we are currently a team member down, so perhaps it is not appropriate to convene with him now, and instead to find him in the coming days.
I think it would be best
However,
if we do it now and then tell Kingsley the information afterwards.
if you believe so, Cecilia, I'll take your word for it.
He wants to talk about the plan.
Apologies.
Do we have a plan?
We don't have one yet.
Precisely, we need to
That is why
formulate
we're
one.
talking to him about getting information on how to fight the necromancer rather than just burning her.
I didn't want to burn her. I mean, I did, but not with the surrounding forest land while it was a clearing.
Then,
Well, Octavian strategies might prove sound. They're too dangerous for us to exercise. If we want to keep the town safe. Although we can't protect him if the church deems the town to be traitorous. If it's true that the mayor has been working with the necromancer, we can't do anything about that.
That might be a reason he has.
It doesn't matter. It's
Maybe to
still
keep the
traitor.
Maybe to counsel
It's not our
what
place
he
to
believed to
judge
do was right. It's...
The reason
It's a tricky
why
one.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. It's just, I had the idea. It's, if she's really that desperate for interaction, or so decrepit, luring her out to hunt mustn't very hard. Having several in the forest focus on her position at all times, while somebody else lures her out. And strikes as fast as possible.
And she won't
Might
come
not
out.
be bad. Not if she doesn't start anybody walking into the forest.
She's already had one conversation, and all those people left. Why would she come out now?
She's never seen us before.
yet we wear similar uniforms.
We look very
We
similar.
wear the same clothing.
Do keep
If
in
it's
mind
bait
that
we
not
need, I
everyone's
don't mind
idiots.
setting myself up.
I am
You are a
personally
ranged
against the idea of
caster.
using any student here as bait.
We don't know what she's capable of. It's not worth it.
If we use anyone as bait, it should be
I
me.
do.
Let's talk to
If she
friends.
needs physical
She'll
touch,
take another at this point.
I should have plenty of stuff preventing it.
Look,
I mean,
we'll
it's
discuss
a
this as it
backline
goes,
plan,
but-
if we have nothing else.
Of course, the
Right,
original plan
we'll leave the
is
bait
to
as
There's
a
no
backline.
other way.
take her out from range.
You know. Exactly, but if there's no other way to get her out to hunt, we might have to send somebody in a spade. To be able to get range on her.
It might be more safe to just set it ablaze and then control the flames afterwards than sending in someone and risking their life for that.
We could have a
She
professor.
set it ablaze. That's true.
It's easier to control a fire than to bring someone back from death.
I mean, I would want
Both are
to not
terrible
set it ablaze. The bodies she has could bodies, most likely also bodies of townspeople. I think they would want their loved ones back.
Depending on the
Those
condition
bodies will have
they're
to
in.
be burned regardless.
Depending
can't
on the
risk them
condition.
We should get this information.
sleeping.
Oh, excellent.
That's not
I have red caps.
Oh, I also found some, but that's very useful. Oh, later. Thank you. How many?
2.
Thank you. I'll go put them upstairs.
Right. It's been decided, I believe, that we should pay a visit to Professor Nella to discuss battling the occult. Or at least to get some more information, as it stands.
I think you wanted to speak to us about something else first.
Well, if he wishes to speak to us about something else, then we're all ears, I suppose, as well. May as well knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Just wait for you.
I believe this to be a poor idea, but
Would I need my staff for this?
I'm
or
not the captain.
As do I, but we may as well see if he wishes to speak about something else.
I
And should
doubt
we
we'll
need
be
to do
fighting
something,
anything.
we can merely apologize.
Alright, just checking. Never know with these teachers.
Yeah, very true.
I'll be ride back. Hammer down.
A good place is back.
I do hope this doesn't get into my time of celebration.
There we go. Right. Well, shall we be off then?
Yes. I'm unsure if Aqua is still meeting with him, but in any case, he wanted us to go to his office.
Right. Well, if he insisted we talk to him. There is conflicting information here, though. But on the whim that he does wish for us to speak with him now, then it would be rude not to show up. Shame I had plans with Lupe. Oh well.
The classrooms are quite close.
He did say that, no.
It is true.
If everyone was busy, he didn't want to interrupt us. But seeing as we were all kind of sitting around the dorm room, I thought it would be fine.
I see.
Not to say that you're being lazy.
Oh no, we were merely discussing.
I was temporarily discussing. I actually had things to do.
Busy. I was doing something.
Right, we all...
Same spot.
Very well. We'll be coming inside in one moment. Oh, well, now, I suppose. Oh, hey, everyone.
Professor, will you be present within, I don't know, let's say half an hour or so? Got a team meeting with Professor...
I don't disagree that the meeting went terribly.
All right.
On that.
Thank you.
Some of the, well, the majority of the speakers probably should have not.
I believe we got to finish speaking upon the assignment, but...
All right.
I'll go inside and speak to Orion. Meet me in there, and we'll have a chat.
We might need to keep an eye on Zuko. He's had a repeated history about caring too much about the enemy.
I gave him a good speaking regarding some other actions. Perhaps he'll think a bit more now.
Good.
Besides, he'll learn the hard way someday if he doesn't.
Considering his past, you would think you would, but I guess not.
It's hard to break one's nature.
That might be a bit of an ask. It does take quite a while to learn some magic, especially. It depends what it is you have in mind.
What's that across the hall or something?
I don't know.
You know, I'm actually unaware. I've never spoke to the man.
I've only met him.
Do you guys not know where his office is?
No.
One I'm not aware of. The
Dealings
only
with
one.
that. Fire magic, occult magic.
It's one of it. Is it one floor up?
Which bread?
Bread?
It's slightly downstairs.
By a witch.
I have no idea what bread you're talking about.
My room is over there. I don't know about any professors.
Apparently they've gone
I believe it's this way. I saw it once, and this is the only place I really go to.
I remember seeing it too, but I don't remember if it was the first. I think it might have actually been the first floor in that corner or something. No, it's Caldwell. Caldwell is over there, right? So. No, it's Caldwell the second floor.
I don't actually know if there are any other classrooms up here.
We go down. I'm pretty
Yes,
sure
it's down. Could have sworn it was up.
I do apologize.
Wrong way. It's
There's another one.
downstairs.
First floor.
One
Could
place
have,
we can in the back corner.
could have sworn it was the third floor. I remember seeing it up here.
I think
Oh
it's just
well,
the
I needed a run.
God, there's no-
You almost,
Yeah, you don't want to go
you
down that
almost
way.
fell quite a distance. That would have hurt.
That would have hurt a lot. There's a stairs and a wall.
Someone should put a railing there.
Yeah, someone should.
Which bread?
Here he is.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Good. So, if Eco turns up sick in the apothecary later, with some mysterious disease or poison, you won't regret telling me that.
I will make sure he does not eat any bread. I'm a witch, sir.
So there was some bread from the witch.
I overheard you say something about witch bread.
I see. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Ah, Lumen. I'm glad to see you. On your way, then. Do look after him.
Yes, sir.
Ah, well, one thing after another. I don't suppose any of you were on the venture, were you?
No.
No, sir.
Professor, we are assigned to the kill team.
I see. And have you been seen Yiko with any bread at all? No, I doubt it's going to be
The only
much of a
witch's
problem.
bread he had was from this morning, which he threw away.
Good. Then Galem's fears are unfounded. Right. Let's go along to my office then. We have an important discussion to have. Well, do line up, horse, gather round.
Thank you.
That is not for this conversation.
Ooh, nice room.
I've been gathering each of the teams to embark on a little bit of a new tangent. A new exercise, so to speak. I have made no secret in the past that I am very new to teaching in general, and my last foray into expectations of yourself as how shall we say, soldiers was ill-fated at best. Tell Karas. I understand that following a quick coup, you are now the leader of Team Lumen, is that correct?
Upon the decision of my team members, yes, I have been instated as team leader of Lumen.
Good. I am very glad. Well, tell Karas, you find yourself at the head of a military unit of sorts, a squad, so to speak. Do tell me, what position does Sorelia have in this little group of yours?
Sorelia has the... well, to consider us all, Sorelia is equal in rank to Honora, Kingsley, and Val. However, as a team member, she serves as
first line is defense. She is a defensive-focused student and will be used in such cases. She is perhaps one of the stronger members of our team when it comes to physical.
What are Sorelia's hopes and dreams?
Sorelia's hopes and dreams?
In 10 years' time. What's the end goal?
I'm afraid we haven't discussed this matter. However,
how do you intend to lead her, if you are not able to move her towards her ideal self? Do you intend to force your will upon her, or perhaps hope that she simply conforms to the needs of the team at any given time? You've not given any thought to what Sorelia wants.
no, I have sat and discussed with each and every member of this team our current position, and quite frankly, it has taken some time to get us to the point where we are now, where we are able to sit downstairs and discuss among ourselves recent events. Up until very, very recently, Professor, Team Lumen did not interact in the slightest. Now we are starting to form bonds and learn about each other,
Why
as
did
it were.
you not interact with each other in the slightest?
Well, I believe all of those faults lie with us individually, Professor. With myself, it was my fear of my race. With... well, Stella did try, but admittedly, we all were presumptuous of her position and her way of acting. And additionally, myself and Sorelia did not get along initially. And, well, perhaps we still don't now. I'm completely unaware of where we stand entirely, but I do consider her a friend personally.
Then this is most interesting indeed, and fortuitous that we're having this conversation.
Yes.
Val, what position does he have in your little assembly? What does Val want to do? What does Val want to be?
Well, as it stands, Val serves as our military advisor. He has the most experience with acting in a unit and gives very good counsel on military tactics and our formations as a team.
In the battlefield when he's not advising you?
In the battlefield when he's not advising me, we are discussing our formations, and currently it falls down to either myself or to Cecilia to fill that role. As a commander, I command the team in different ways outside of military action. But I will also do that.
It has to be said. Could you do any better for Nora or Cecilia, or even Kingsley? Who do they want to be? What roles do they fill?
Who do they want to be? What roles do they want to fill? Kingsley wishes to serve as the shield of this team and to reconnect with their people. That is a personal goal of theirs I am aware of. In terms of their role, they fill a defensive position, much like Sorelia at our front line. Anura.
These are very humble goals for the saviors of our world, wouldn't you say?
Perhaps, Professor, if we all aspire to be heroes...
How many husbands do you want?
One.
Just the one. And how big a castle?
Well, the largest.
Many kids.
Of course.
What sort of powers would you like to have wielded? What titles, perhaps, would you earn?
Aside from Queen? Not
well,
sure.
When you're having those little fantasies we all have in our head of you swinging swords or casting spells, what are you doing? What's the ideal Cecilia look like?
Ruling over a unified A6.
What? The future ruler of A6? Now that's some ambition. Interesting. You, I'm afraid I didn't quite get your name.
Anura Arape, sir.
Anura, what goals and ambitions do you have?
Currently, I would like to figure out what the rifts are. I would like to become a very well-versed scholar, sir.
A very well-versed and celebrated scholar, indeed. Interesting. Do you know anything about Tel, or what he wants? I believe that's answer enough.
About some personal issues.
When is Lumen, in a military operation, no longer at operational capacity?
We're no longer at operational capacity when we can no longer function as a unit, correct? So
Where does that
if
happen?
when there is a lack of communication.
You'll wait
Or
until there's a lack of communication to sound the call for retreat and alarm. Do you see the problem there,
No.
Tel? These people's lives are in your hands. You need to know when the plan is to retreat, and so do they. Sorelier here is your defensive frontman. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happens
Professor.
when Sorelier is injured? Do you know?
Kingsley
Do you
takes
have a
double
plan?
duty.
Do you know what happens if
It's
Sorelier
healed.
gets injured?
We rotate for Kingsley.
Rotate to Kingsley. That's a good plan. Tel, why couldn't you answer that?
You never gave me enough time to answer, Professor.
You should know. I am not a rift beast attacking you. If you thought I didn't give you enough time. I believe I've made my point. It is important
You have.
to have aspirations and goals. All of you are here to do nothing less than save the world. Such thing is achieved by remarkable people. Remarkable driven people. And remarkable driven teams. Tel, you need to know what they want. I need to know what they want. And you need to be able to tell me. For me and the rest of the teaching staff to be able to support you. I want to hold each and every one of you to account for being who you want to be. I want to be able to chart a course for the greatest scholar of our time, or the future ruler of Essex. If they do not wish to be soldiers, if they are to be something greater, if they are to be saviors of sorts, we need to be open and honest about our opinions. Next time I speak to your team, I want you to loudly tell me who you are. A second introduction, as you will, not as you want to be now, or I just want to be stronger, or I want to be supportive, or anything like that. You need to be the best. And you need to be able to tell me that you want to be the best. So we can get working on that forthwith. Because once you know what everybody wants to be, that's when we can start formulating solid tactics and plans. Know how to interact with each other. That's when we can have true conversations and cohesion. You have told me that at this moment in time, today, or even in the days prior to this, you had struggled to have anything so much as a conversation. Well, comrades do not necessarily need to be friends. But unless you are honest and open about what it is you want, others are not able to engineer and appease your desires so that you may have a mutually beneficial relationship. This is the very fundament of politics. There are people the world over who do not like each other, but yet still manage to cooperate because they are honest and open about their desires. And through time, through thousands, perhaps millions, of transactions of mutual benefit, sometimes the spark of friendship, of alliances, of nations is founded. We must be honest about what we want. Have you ever thought about what it is you're being asked to do? How old are you, Anura?
20, sir.
20. Cecilia?
20.
Val?
19.
Well, there we go. I dare say you've not had a very good showing of the world compared to many. Things have been
Was that 19 or was it
going
18?
pretty
I
pear-shaped
remember.
as long as you've been alive, more or less. Certainly thinking. I dare say the likes of Acterus and Bombadil have seen far more pleasant things than you, but far worse things equally. I ask you this because it may help shape your opinions. Would any of you venture to tell me the difference between a tyrant and a savior?
Public opinion.
Any other answers?
I think she's pretty on point.
What was that?
I think she's pretty on point. Sorry.
From what I understand,
I see.
I do believe it is.
And?
I believe that a tyrant is a man who achieves what he wants through power and for himself, and a savior is someone who is considered at the very least by others to have done it for those around them, that may also be themselves in that situation.
Interesting. Another room full of cynical worldviews. So you don't believe there's anything such as a true savior, then? That no one gets out unscathed? Saving the world is an interesting task to put to one such as yourselves.
noise?
Because it's not a very nice place, is it? Are you interested in saving the world truly? Or the bits of it that you like? It's an important question to be able to answer. It may formulate your opinions somewhat. Let's talk about the Radmen. The beast clan that were beneath the castle. It is my belief that they were trapped here, more or less, by the erection of the barrier and forced into, how shall we say, aggression out of need born from lack of foodstuffs. They were denied their hunting grounds. When the people of Rosewood wiped them out, was that heroic?
It was not.
Was there a point, perhaps, that you could have stopped? That the school could have gone, this is likely enough for now. Was there a point for some of the students that it became vengeance?
No, we were merely dealing with an infestation, as it were described, and to clear an infestation, you must wipe it out. If a single one was left alive, then there could be many more lying around, as it were.
Indeed. Interesting. Do the goals of the school matter to the Ratmen?
They do not, surely.
Do they matter to you?
But they do affect them.
Does it change
The goals of the
you
Rat.
think about what happened?
No. Whether the Ratmen be kind or able to speak to us, whatever it may be, whatever their aspirations were, we were given a task which we concluded. That is all that matters, that we followed orders, correct?
Wrong.
My personal feelings on the matter, of course.
Wrong.
I'm asking you what you think too.
Personally, at the time I saw the rats as a potential danger to myself. I do not mean them coming out or attacking. I mean I myself heading in to battle them. I saw them as a threat to my own life, and I saw that situation as something I found myself shaking and scared to be in. Yet I still approached it and managed. And now, my view of such creatures lies in the trust of my team and our purpose here. I'm at this academy of my own will, and I will see it through. However, I must follow the academy's whims to do that, so I shall, without fault.
Do you recognize that that was hard, Sorrel? Given what he is.
Could have been hard for anyone, sir.
Interesting. Very well. In the coming days and months, I will be teaching you defensive magics as well as acting as a guide in various principles of military operations, combat, ice and wind magic, scrying, that sort of thing. Between myself and the rest of the staff, we wish to raise the finest group the world has ever seen. A ridiculous goal that requires ridiculous ambition. And I want to see it and hold you to it. So, Lumen, go away. Decide who you want to be. Be open and honest about it with each other, so that then you can move forward as a unit, and we your teachers. Do you think that you all can introduce yourselves to me? Again. Next time that we meet in this room.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You don't sound sure, Sorrel.
It is a difficult question to answer.
It is. So I encourage you to be earnest with it. Ask what you want, then ask why you want what you want. And after you've done that a few times, then we'll have something to drive you. Do you understand the value of this task?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I do.
Good. In that case, I will wish you a very pleasant rest of your evening. I understand there is much work to be done and many risks more to be taken. You are dismissed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Nella, could I
Have a good
speak
night,
with
sir.
you for a moment?
Of course.
Recently, I've been studying different forms of magic.
Indeed.
I'm looking for a spell to protect myself, as I'm going to be on the back lines with Anura for most of our formations, and doubling as defense.
I see. What's your magical repertoire so far? Have you been able to cast first-level spells?
I have no magical experience whatsoever.
I see. The day draws close to near to a close, I should say, and I have already sparked a certain degree of interest in Amari as well. I took her out for a session trying to elucidate her on the nature of her manigate later on, as an exercise of training for her to solidify what she's learned. Go and find her, and ask her to recount when I told you. And when you're ready on the morrow, or next should be convenient, me, you, and her will go out and study further.
Very well.
You both have an equal task in mind. You may find equal support in each other undertaking it. Is that acceptable to yourself?
Yes.
Very good. Should you need any difficulty or further counsel following your discussion with Amari, then come and find me then. But in the meantime, I have high hopes for Amari. She seems of a particularly focused mind, not unlike yourself.
I noticed something similar when we were both unsorted.
Very good then. I hope this is an opportunity to solidify that relationship. Very good then.
Have a good night, sir.
I shall see you both with enthusiasm in the coming days.
Well.
Well?
Right. Well, we'll be reconvening back in the dorm to discuss such matters. I will inform Professor Lupe that my mind is too clouded to focus on my studies, and I must admittedly deal with pressing matters, as it would appear.
Very well, then.
All right.
I'll be returning to the dorm, and I will await you all there.
Very well.
Okay, so that's not normal then. Okay.
I wouldn't say it's normal, Kyle.
We're having a
Look,
strange
a lot
day
of-
today.
I am having trouble discerning
Celebration night. Where am I going? I went to talk to Amari. I'll leave him a fortune in a bit. Oh, tomorrow. Later. Me. Stella?
Yes.
How do you think the talk went? I'm curious.
Terrible.
Agreed.
I don't appreciate being thrown under the bus due to Tel's inadequacies.
How many of those questions could you have answered?
All of them. At least based off what you have told me, yes. Oh, that's the thing.
I don't believe I've
I'm
told.
not entirely certain on what Tel's ambitions are other than he wants to destroy the Rift Beast, but he's been very secretive of many of his things, so...
Funnily enough, I don't think I've ever mentioned what my goals and aspirations are.
You did. I asked you. Previously.
Don't know if I was truthful.
You mentioned your history as well. If you're not being truthful, then I can only go off of what I've been told.
Exactly. Though it was quite a while ago, and I wasn't very sure about the
I can see
entire
why you
academy.
would be, yes, a bit nervous telling, someone random on your first, or I guess second day being here, yeah. Wasn't entirely around for the first day.
Ah, here they come now.
Right. Well, let's get down to this then, immediately, and discuss this matter that was just said. I'm aware I've just received the grueling of my life from Professor Nella, and quite frankly, I could argue all I want about saying it isn't deserved, but that doesn't matter because his points still stand, don't they? No matter if I've been in captaincy of this team for a whole 2 days, and he does not understand any of us either, clearly. I've never met the man in my life, and already I hold a great deal of disdain for a man who decides to gruel in that way, but I see his point. So, let's get to it.
Tell you a fool.
Individually, we've spoken about what we want or who we are, and we've started to open up to each other. Professor Nella wants us to clearly accelerate this. So, I offer 2 solutions. Either we try to organically do this over some nice drinks and nothing alcoholic, it inhibits you after all. We instead make some tea or whatever else you prefer, whether that's pomegranate juice or, well, whatever. And we discuss and we open up about every detail about what we want. Or we gruel each other in the way of a military unit. Whatever you find most comfortable, whether that's individually or as a consensus.
Some tea does sound.
Speaking of, well, it would only be appropriate to go through you for it, but Amari has been harassing me about what do you say? No, sorry, it wasn't Amari, no, it was,
No, please bring it up.
I can't think of it now.
If it's regarding the bottle, that's already been dealt with. It's no longer in my collection.
The what?
Oh.
No.
I understand what you mean.
Not that.
Never mind. It's regarding a certain object.
Wine for the ring. Yeah, yes. They're claiming that there isn't a fair trade, and that they're going. If I make another trade with anyone, they're going to steal my thing or something.
Well,
so then
as
Emma,
far as I knew,
correct?
you actually.
Emma.
It was.
Emma wasn't the one who made the accusation. I don't remember her name at the current moment.
Were they from Ventus?
Talia, I think her
The
name
trade was.
Talia, there we go. Yes.
That's why I
She
assumed the
approached
bottle
us
you
about
mentioned
it.
Aqua, right? She did, yes. I will be open and say that I gave her permission to take it into her own hands, and that it is not of my concern, and it is between you and her. After all, I thought you actually had the ring, Cecilia. I do apologize if it somehow fell into my hoard, but I believed you were the one who took it.
So you're going to allow her to come in here and steal things from our team? Because she believes that that is the right thing to do?
No,
Can she pick a lock?
I am not allowing that individual to steal things from our team. What I am allowing them to do is to try and persuade you to give it to them. To return it, as it were. It is a personal matter and nothing to do with the teams, is it? If it becomes a team matter, then it's something else. Would you say it's a team matter?
No.
Then, if that is the case, then it is your issue to solve, Cecilia. I am happy to argue as long as you want about why that ring is a fair trade for a bottle of wine, but we both know where that will end up. There is nothing I can do, or our team can do, without escalating this conflict into something more major. If you wish to hold that ring and hold the power that comes with it and status, whatever that may be to you, then you're free to hold it. But as your captain, I will not act as if that ring is part of our team's property. It is yours, if it is a personal matter.
Very well. I'll keep that in mind.
All right. Should you wish to make it a team matter, please say it once, or when you decide. And we'll discuss what happens then, as a team, to handle such an issue. Right. Any thoughts on tea, grueling it out of each other?
No, no,
Hmm?
no.
I got it.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Ooh.
Go on then, Val.
Who is it?
Hi. If it's not too much of a bother, would your captain be able to call Ural back to the Aquadome?
Of course.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Can you use your earring to tell Yoral to come back to the Aquadome? They are apparently looking for him.
Of course. Was it a member of their team? Eskingle?
Yes. It was Lothariel. Just say Yoral to Aquadome or something. If they want you to keep it short.
I need to ask, the bruises on your arms, is that bruises or soot?
Bruises.
Yoral does not seem to be connected over the
What happened?
communicator.
This is from my fight with, I believe, Sorlier. I will let them know.
I'm sure we'll find his way there.
Never mind. They are gone.
They'll figure it out.
I'm not nearly drunk enough to talk about all this. Give me a second.
Perhaps that stamina potion was a bad idea. But then again, I would have made more of a fool of myself in front of Nella if I didn't take it.
We wouldn't have talked to Nella if you didn't take it.
You don't think he'll question?
Well, it does not matter. least we have something to discuss personally, right? We're all going to be great friends. I mean, I was considering you all to be developing that way. Anyways, I'm rambling. Sorry.
Let's move over to the table.
The table would be good.
I just sat down.
Unless you'd like to sit here, Val.
Doesn't matter.
Your case. Yeah.
They were from Aqua Team. I need to talk to Aqua Team. I will be right back.
All right.
Knock, knock.
Sorry. Oh, hi. Sorry.
Hi.
Is everything okay?
Well, for starters, you left before I could say it, but it appears that Yorl is not connected to the earring.
Oh.
Secondly, should you get the chance, I do need to talk to Amari tomorrow. If you could let them know for me.
Of course. I can let them know.
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go get drunk and talk about my feelings or something.
Okay.
Listen to those of us who do wish to discuss it, and that you, well, attempt to do so in the future if you wish.
Of course.
You previously mentioned that, well, when you came here, you didn't really have a goal in mind, but as time went on, you goals aligned with the academy, yes, and cleansing the world of the rest and to be that numerate them. Does that still stand? Or has it evolved into something different?
I suppose that's still the case. Though it's less to save the world or make it a better place and more to prove a point to my tribe back home. More selfish than probably most people here.
Oh no, I think if anything, everyone's selfish here is what we've got to learn about each other.
I know, I'm very not selfish.
But that's fine.
There's nothing wrong with being selfish.
There isn't.
If one doesn't care about oneself, then there's a problem.
Right. Well, if we wish to start talking about goals and aspirations. That wasn't a knock, was it? That was just a...
No, it was not a knock. Don't worry. I'm listening.
Right. I thought we were just going to be interrupted again. My God. Well, we're going to talk about our goals and aspirations. Our personal ones, and not our interest with the academy. Then anyone who can easily get it off of their chest should just say it now. I mean, you said it somewhat, Cecilia, regarding your kingdom you wish to have and rule over.
Yeah, I have asked all of them previously. The only one I haven't really spoken to about it was you. As far as I can tell, it was mostly about their wish to be in line with the academy, but
right.
Also knowing that you hit a few things for myself, then I would like to hear what any personal desires you have.
Of course. Well, I'd like to start by saying that I'm well aware of Anora's wish to be a scholar, among other things, but I do not know our position on sharing information with the professors of this academy.
From my considerations previously, Stella, you did not trust certain individuals within this academy. Would you say Professor Neller is a man who can be trusted with information? Such personal information
do.
about ourselves? Very well. Then I'll take you at your word. Does anyone
You're
disagree with
very
that?
concerned that I told them about what you are. That is incorrect. He mentioned it himself when I spoke with him.
Yes. There are several professors who have noticed. Some who care more than others.
Yeah.
But
It's that.
regardless, your primary want then is power and status, right? To put it short. Power and status.
As
Okay.
I said before, if we cannot unite the world, then we're going to end up like Palvindor, who is just grasping at waiting for other company or other countries to fall and then take over. If I have to be the
Benura.
one to do that, then I will.
I see. Benura, your primary want, from what I have been able to ascertain, is knowledge and curiosity. Satiating that, as it were. Right?
If there is a satiation.
Well, perhaps a unending search for information may prove to be quite the journey for you, regardless, and an enjoyable one. Now, Val and Aurelia, I do not know a thing when it comes to this. So, outside of what Cecilia's Stella, always difficult. No, you are Cecilia in this room. Whatever Cecilia has said regarding you, Aurelia, your interests aligning with the Academy, I believe, are not of interest to Professor Neller. He seeks a more deep, personal answer. You mentioned about your tribe. Perhaps that would be something to build on with your thoughts. To learn of your past, your history, their view on you. Then we can ascertain what you want from that.
I don't think he will be satisfied with an answer that you give him. I already know their view on me. It is a pointless goal.
Yet it's a goal nonetheless. Part of my recent aspirations involve changing individuals' opinions on my race. That's a recent development, but you might say a hopeless one, considering the amount of people that live on the lands that surround this globe, as it were. Is my idea being hopeless still... Oh, sorry, my one dream being hopeless still something I should pursue? In your words, it's not. Could you say that to me? It's not something I should pursue?
No.
Then I can say the same to you.
Professor
Yes.
himself said that if we're trying to accomplish this extraordinary goal of saving the world, then we need to have extraordinary goals ourselves.
Some extraordinary ambitions.
Yeah. If we don't have the mindset to accomplish the impossible, we're not going to be able to do this.
I suppose you're right.
Well, you have time to think. Well, I know you're a man of many talents, but I don't know anything about your personal life. Perhaps the people you served with. Anything of that sort. So, time to open up over that bottle you've got.
Well, what do you want to know?
Do you take pride in killing as a start?
There's no reason to take a life.
Then why do you do it?
Because sometimes it's
I
necessary.
think that's an appropriate question to ask.
It's an appropriate question because it gets down to the core of who this man is. It is not pleasant, but it's something that needs to be done. He's a man who's served. He's surely had to have put that into use, and if he hasn't, then I need to know his thoughts on it. We're expected to deal with all manner of threats here. We're going to kill a monster soon, but some people view that monster as a, well, person. It's important to understand why that individual might see them as that. Val absolutely does not. But to just say Zuko sees that necromancer as a person and not know the exact reasons behind it is against the point of what Nella wants us to understand with each other. A personal, fundamental understanding and aspirations and goals that come from that. Even if they are dirty. Oh, Val, I reiterate, you take no pride, you do not see a reason in it. Would you if ordered?
I've killed 27 people. Some of them were soldiers. Some of them were farmers. And it didn't matter because I was ordered. Is that an answer enough?
Are you saying it? It is. But do you feel guilt? It seems that way.
If you killed an innocent person, wouldn't you?
Of course, some minds protect from it and others, well, they try their best too. But I'll admit I've driven my blade through a man. Unsure if he's dead, but I never gave it a further thought because I did what I needed to. Yet I still speak about it every day, so it still hangs with me. Perhaps that is guilt, I am unsure. Yet, since you remember each of those men or women, why here? Why the academy? Why the rifts? Do you wish to stop people from dying? Is that all it is? Or do you have a reason to want to stop that? You want to atone for what you've done?
Ironically, it has nothing to do with being a soldier. Previously, I was under the tutelage of both my parents, and I wish to further that tutelage. However, Palvindor's goals are slightly different.
Allow me to... Alright.
Hey Nora, I was wondering if Sorley is still around.
She is. We're having a little conversation. I could ask if she's available.
Yeah, that would be good. Just...
Sorla? Avi, he asks for you.
I'll be back in a moment.
Very well.
Well, that's my mic.
You were saying about your parents.
I'm a researcher through and through.
A researcher.
I like to work on things. It's a bad habit of mine, it seems. I plan on revolutionizing, quite literally, everything. cooking, alchemy, weapons, armor, transportation. Doesn't matter. I'll do everything.
I'll hold you to that.
I see.
Things happen.
Then your goal
I'm sure you're busy with your team.
would fall under
Change.
Okay, I won't keep you long.
change.
Cheers, earlier.
And you're here to learn or receive the power to drive that change, right?
Can't change the world if it's destroyed.
Say it back.
Very well. So you're seeing it as a means to an end to achieve your goal. It's merely a stepping stone.
Correct. Ironically,
Once the
saving
world
the
is saved,
world
you can
is a
change whatever
stepping
you want.
stone to my goal. It sounds a lot crazier when I say it out loud.
It is rather crazy, I'll admit, but... Oh, come on, it is very crazy, but there's nothing bad with it.
That's not crazy at all,
good.
considering the time. We're all on the clock, yes. That's,
Precisely,
Pretty sure
right.
it's an answer that the professor would be pleased with.
I'm curious because I did see that news article on someone making some sort of steam locomotive. I do want to try and make something like that.
Well, perhaps worth some research into then.
That'll take years. I'll
Thank you,
focus on
that's
weapons
quite
now.
insightful. Well, that's 3 of us. It leaves myself and Sorelia. Any sudden thoughts, or...?
I thought you said that yours was to change people's opinion on your race, Tom. Or is that
That's a minor part. That's a small, inconsequential thought of what I want. To be honest, my wants are quite base. I merely seek survival for the longest time, but I've had discussions with others here, and you have not been privy to them, admittedly, due to your presence. I am currently suffering from a major problem. It would appear that seems to trouble me very heavily, so akin to your own somewhat, I suppose. And I first look for a solution to that. But past that, I have a burning curiosity to learn how on earth I woke up on Drozen Sands with just a weapon in my hand and some rags, but with no recollection of what came before. Yet every single experience I have had built, or well, every single experience I have felt coming here, and everything I've done here has led me to have a very different outlook to what I believed the entirety of all of existence seemed to view me as, which was a threat to society. Or something that was better off dead. So, outside of finding a reason, outside of survival, to keep really going, I have decided that myself, Telkaraz, would love to be sung about in the greatest ballad any bard has ever sung across every single continent, all 5 of those political kingdoms that you mentioned. I want to be the name on every bard's lips. Every person going into a tavern will never stop hearing about the great acts that I did, or the depraved ones I did. I don't care, as long as I am remembered. Because there is nothing worse than forgetting what came before. And when I do, and I mean do, find out what came before, I hope the story I create now will be much more interesting. Those are my aspirations, and they are incredibly selfish, and might I say flamboyant.
quite fitting.
Well, I do wear my nature openly now.
Very much. And we'll do our best to help you achieve that.
Of course. And I'm sure as a ruler of a vast kingdom, the most powerful kingdom, you'll be able to give quite some good word to my name.
That is correct, yeah.
Well, we have a common interest then in gold. Fantastic. I can help you with yours and you'll help me with mine. Of course, I want to help everyone else as well. In fact, you're talking about making change out of everything, so how does that work for me? Great inventors can make bards sound better, right? I don't know. Merely just to stray forward. The point is we're meant to be selfish here. So let's talk about how we can help each other, right? But first...
Come on.
Go ahead.
Aurelia.
I don't have anything very grand. And I don't really know how to word exactly what I'm after.
This isn't about one-upping each other at all, so do not worry.
No.
All we care about is what you want, personally.
It's pretty simple.
Doesn't matter if it's
really.
to any of our detriments or anything. Just tell us.
Simple doesn't mean bad.
A lot of people lost things. I'm not alone in that, I know. But I lost everything. But not to rifts. Or rift beasts. Or other tribes, even. It's all still there, as far as I know. But I lost my name, my family, my titles, over something that is what I once believed to be a terrible thing. And now I'm here learning how to do that terrible thing. I suppose what I want is to prove them wrong. To make a name for myself here that not even they can take away. Maybe go home in the process. But that's the impossible part, I suppose. Since being here?
Going home. Is it gone now?
No. And you know that Drozens are quite brutal. Exile, where I come from, means showing your face means death. I don't wish to fight my tribe.
Then, perhaps one day your deeds and your proof as an individual here will be so great that even your tribe cannot deny it. That they would look past and revoke your status as an exile. Now, doesn't that sound like a goal? Isn't that what you want? You want to be accepted by your tribe.
Yeah. More than anything.
Then. For you.
Sit down.
for you. It's recognition and acceptance. A lofty goal. Yet, here we all are. And we all get what we want. Now I'm going to drink this tea and have a short break to just relax myself for a moment, and I suggest we all take a moment ourselves too. Here's some great tea though. Would you like another bottle, Val?
I have 3 more in my room. I am perfectly fine.
Jesus. It's not going to take long until we have to start making our own. Before we run out.
Are we running out?
I'm not sure. I just know they're drinking quite a lot.
We might be.
We've been partaking quite a lot, yes. Now I do have my private collection of your bottles, I suppose. Get
And
them
sometimes I take a bottle to the forge and drink about half of it while working. The other half spills.
Maybe I should talk to Bombadil about making our own.
I think he'll take you up on that.
That depends on what you
He's
want.
quite a lover of tea.
No, yes, but I was
Oh, he certainly is.
talking liquor.
He is also a lover of ale.
Can you make something stronger than wine?
Carrying a barrel when I first saw him.
I could always just requisition more for my family.
I mean, true. We could make our own. Have an unlimited supply.
No, seriously, can you make anything besides wine? I'm getting sick of
I
wine.
listed like 4 things.
I can't import any milk.
Cider
I have no
or
cows.
ale.
That's why I'm trying to get one from Mordred.
I don't want milk.
What were you saying, Phil?
Nothing, I'd appreciate something other than wine as well. Not that I have a issue with the wine. I do appreciate it very much. Just,
I saw we have apple trees and we have bees.
Have you ever had alcoholic milk? It tastes awful.
No,
alcoholic milk.
Oh my goodness.
He makes alcohol with
I mean,
milk.
I guess.
Yeah.
Ew. What spirit do you mix with milk?
The vodka.
The potatoes.
That one's actually not too bad. But like other ones, they're pretty bad.
Have you not had ice cream in the car?
No.
Perhaps Sunday then. Wait, I'm gonna take a walk.
Right.
It occurs to me that
Have a grand
Kingsley is
evening.
always not here for
You
these
as well.
conversations.
Apologies, what were you? What did you say, Nora?
Oh, sorry. I said it occurred to me that Kingsley is never present for these conversations.
No, it is a shame every time. Perhaps we should have one earlier.
Maybe.
A morning conversation sounds just like day drinking.
A morning conversation with my current state is a risky affair.
We
I
have
don't
to
think I
for
could
our
hold any
lives.
conversation earlier this morning.
Wait, I didn't.
I'll be on the balcony for a moment.
Of course, take your time.
Did Professor Nella say that he could scribe, like teach scribe? Is that something that I heard?
Professor Bellicavosa has
No, he said it as
I think
well.
he said he could scry.
Yeah,
Or he said
teaching
I'll be
scribe. I
keeping
didn't
an
know that
eye.
this was
I
scribe.
don't know.
No, there was. He was talking about what he was teaching. Right?
He's able to see people from a very
thought
far distance, so
I'd be scrying.
I'd
Might be
assume
useful
so.
for that thing. Be potentially very dangerous.
I mean, there was that one time where we were all looking for Ivian for Octavian's first training, and he was able to deduce that Ivian was nowhere within a kilometer.
Oh. Yeah, that sounds like scrying.
That sounds a lot like scrying.
Well,
That'd be something interesting.
perhaps so.
Sounds like something right up my alley.
Be careful with it.
I'm very aware.
Yes, it does have its negatives.
And someone in Palvindor trying to replicate something
Usually
like
more
that
than anything.
with Aethertech.
Sounds like a bad idea.
Yes, their head exploded. Anyways.
Yes.
Lovely. Well, Cecilia has walked on off, and Sorelli is on the balcony, and quite frankly, I think, not going to be in the mood to talk about how we can assist each other, as it were. Perhaps this is something to discuss tomorrow or another day. However, if you have anything else you wish to bring up regarding it, you're more than welcome to. Already I've had such insights into you I wasn't aware of.
I mean, play 2D questions.
I mean, to be fair, I think I'm the only one who actually played 20 questions. Most of it was just, what are your dreams? What are your aspirations? And for me, it's just, have you
How do you
killed
feel about
someone?
killing?
Have you killed someone?
Well, look, Val, my experiences with you have led me to believe you're a man from a military profession. I knew you had an interest in technology as it stood, and I know about, well, yes, that fascination. However, the primary thing that stood out to me with how you've acted is you've acted with discipline. And so, I thought to gruel you in the way you gruled me using a hammer.
To be fair, I did only ask 2 questions. Did you know I never actually joined the military of my own volition?
No.
It was a test. I was one of the first people given combat-ready Aethertech prosthetics. That's why my legs are armored. That's why I have an armored arm. That's why my eye actually functions for depth perception. Most people just get the glass eye. It's really weird.
I see. Much of that doesn't make sense to me, but it was against your own volition. And so, you owed them, I suppose? Is that
I
how
don't
it was
owe
viewed,
my
or-
parents anything. They saved my life.
Well, fair enough.
Albeit a funny way of showing it by going AWOL. Right, if anyone from Palvindor shows up, let me know immediately so I can hide.
You're not here.
Yes. My name's...
Got it.
Vinny. I'm from Flens.
Vinny from Flint.
Vinny from Flint.
And then I can just say, hey, I'm walking here. Forget about it.
Sorry, I'm trying not to be. Sorry.
How was my Flens accent?
It was a very good Flens accent.
I was going more for an east side, less of a west side.
I see.
You know what they say in Flens? Bayday bing, bayday boam.
Do they know? I've never been to Flens.
Neither have I.
No idea they said that, but my
I
goodness.
don't think I've ever heard that. You might ask
Or it's
Cecilia.
bada bing,
Maybe she
bada
knows.
boom.
Isn't
I
she
don't
from
know.
Flens?
Maybe she'll say it.
Isn't
She'll
Cecilia
understand.
from Flens?
Yes.
Yes, she is.
Oh lord.
Though I'm sure this is how the
Swallow.
peasants talk, according to her.
Ah, understood. Understood.
Right, that's what the difference is.
Ah, yes, the peasantry.
If I ever visit Flens, I'll make sure to be aware of the complicated manner in which they speak.
You alright, Swallow?
Yeah.
Glad to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think playing 20 questions with each other would be a bad idea. It would give us more insight on each other.
Of course. More than happy to. If everyone's okay with it, then we can go ahead and start.
Wouldn't mind. Make a little more fair since
Well,
he was the only one question.
we'll be back then.
Let's
Go ahead.
start. Oh?
I think he's looking to get drunk.
Don't be ridiculous. 2 bottles is not enough to get me drunk anymore. Unless it's harder
Maybe you should
than
get yourself
wine.
a third then.
I have 4 in my room,
So
Tel.
many
We just went over this.
I thought it was true.
I have 3 others. This is bottle 2,
Ah.
and I have 2 more. Later I'm going to celebrate and shoot them all at the range.
Celebrate?
A personal victory of
What are you
mine.
celebrating?
Oh, you're gonna make me answer that as my first question, aren't you?
No. I was going to actually let you ask the first question since you were the one who got question first. Technically.
Nora, you were born in A6, correct?
No. I'm from Bavaria.
Right. It was the man who looked after you who was from A6, correct?
He's spent a lot of time in Asus, but he himself is as well from Bavaria.
I see. Well, that ruins my question. I don't have anything.
There's 2 others at the table.
Tel's pretty easy to read. I don't really have any questions for Sora there because she said most of her stuff.
Don't know whether to be offended or...
When you sleep in the same room as someone, you
you
learn a lot more than you should.
Oh.
What are you...
Maybe I should be glad Cecilia doesn't sleep in her room then.
I get to see your personal belongings every day. Personal belongings say a lot about a person. Just saying.
I suppose you're right.
Why do you think I keep all of my stuff hidden?
Okay, well.
I also don't have that much.
I see.
Ask away.
Well,
Oh,
yes.
where and how did you learn your spell?
My spell. It is an interesting one. My spell manifested itself through a moment of panic, as it were. I once found myself under attack by some very, very angry men, let's just say. And as I ran and hid behind some dunes, I happened to, well, close my eyes and fear my new life that I had just begun. After all, I remembered nothing was bound to end. And as that fear seemed to manifest, every bit of it, irking away at me, the men ran straight past and looked over me. And then, well, since then, it's been a rather long process, but whenever I've found myself in a dangerous situation, or I've had my life at risk, or really been too scared, I found it seems to sometimes happen against my will. It was just finding what made that tick, as if remembering more than anything. And then I can do it at will. But it always seems to work faster. And, most importantly, more potently, whenever I do feel a sense of dread, fear, or, in more recent cases, embarrassment.
I suppose
It's not a traditional story of how one would learn a spell, because I'm not quite sure where it came from.
I mean, it's definitely very interesting.
Mm.
The more unusual something is, especially magic, the more interesting it is, I find.
Very true. It's something I wanted to discuss with Professor Lupe, actually. I've been attempting to hone my illusion skills as they were, but I had a nasty accident with some tea where an extra tea leaf I tried to create turned into a chunk of flesh.
Oh.
Just happened to resemble that of Jack's. So yes.
Ah. That's not, yeah. I can see by that being a shame. You would want to speak about.
Yes, she seemed to say I have a strong imagination, which perhaps may key into it all. Who knows? Anyways, enough about that. New question. What's the rules with this? Do I have to think of one to ask someone now, or can anyone ask?
Yes, we're gonna go in a circle.
We're circling. Alright, so that
I
means...
am but a mere witness. Exclude me from your circle.
Can we still ask you questions?
Probably. You'd be wasting a turn. I think I'm heading to bed.
Dang. Very well.
Next time, though.
Oh, shit. Alright.
Have a good night.
Good night, Solia.
Yourself too. Have a pleasant sleep.
You too, if you can manage.
I'll try.
Let's hope you can manage after you drink that potion.
I think I have some exercise to do before I head to bed.
Well, before I head to bed later, I'll put some chamomile tea on. Just maybe it'll help.
I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Well, question. Val, what is the one object you take the most pride in?
Do you want the long answer or the short answer?
Long answer's always more interesting.
Well, the object I take my most pride in would probably be my first creation through Aethertech. It was a small crystalline structure surrounded by metal that was used to heat up objects. It made rooms warm.
It made rooms warm? It didn't heat
Yes.
things inside like that device?
No, it's not an oven. It is a space heater. However, it needed to get the heat from somewhere. So it also made rooms cold.
Cold and warm in the same room?
So you know how heat rises? So this device would take heat from up top and push it down in a room.
Switch it around.
It regulated the temperature a little better, so shorter people like myself when I was 7 at the time were able to stay warmer. However, my parents did not like it as it made them very cold.
I see.
It would sell great with Viking. No offense.
No, I'm taken.
I actually still have the
Maybe it's a pitch for Bombadil for his class. He might like that.
ironically, I still have the Aetherite core.
Ah,
We were low on resources at the time, so it's located right here, about where my ribs would be.
oh. So now they use the
A little
cores to
lower,
build
actually.
still the same thing? Or?
It's been reworked, but it still heats. It's one of my main sources
So now
of
you
body
have the
temperature.
Space heater.
Kind of.
That is, some of the things you say sound like magic. I mean, I guess it is magic if it's Aethertech, right?
Aethertech is
Yes and no. Magic, you have to think of the formulas, you have to put in mana, you have to regulate your emotions. Aethertech is, you put something in, you get something out. Usually it's just mana. At least that's how it was described to me. Then again, the people who described it weren't magicians, so...
You might get a different answer out of someone. I guess.
It uses the same formulas, but the only difference is someone else can make them, slap it on something, and then anyone can use it as long as they have mana. Like a sword. Anyone can use a sword, very few are trained in it.
Well, that's an explanation.
I guess it would be more
It's a
similar
bit
to
clearer to me.
enchanting. Kind of.
Making an object for everyone's use rather than the caster's.
I mean, some
You're
of
a
these
caster,
objects
you're
don't even need
utilizing resources.
a person to put mana into them. They can suffice based off of residual mana in the air. Or from other sources. Don't think about it too hard, because when you think of an idea and you actually go to put it into practice, it gets horribly complicated.
Understood.
I see. Well, my head hurts a little, but I want to understand these inventions of yours more. Please, just talk about them more often. It's interesting.
I will try my best. Most people end up zoning out and just staring into space. It's very rare that I actually have someone to talk to.
There is one student here who has expressed interest in some things. That would be Ivian. He had a heavy interest in Aethertech, from what I understand. Might be worth a small mention to him.
You know, I actually knew that. Yes, I actually did know that one. I'm remembering. He asked Kingsley if his shield was Aethertech.
Which I don't think it is.
It's not, it's wood. It's very hard to make wood Aethertech devices. Very few have done it, which is why... Yes, which is why I'm very impressed with the Aethertech professor. It is a very hard process, because most woods are not sturdy enough. Meanwhile, he looked dead at me and walked away. I'm literally covered in Aethertech. Why would you not?
That one's very skittish, I'll tell you that.
Why am I intimidating? Is it the robot arm? I get that a lot.
I think it might be the stature and the glowing eye.
The eye, definitely.
What? It looks fine.
And the
It's
gun
just
on your
an
back.
eye. I didn't have the gun at the time. I had the sword.
Did you not have a rifle?
No, I had to put that
It
together.
didn't work, but you...
On the first day, I had a sword. On the third day, I think I put together my rifle. On the 5th or 6th day, no, 7th or 8th day, I started making my pistol. Then I got my hammer, and now I have a proper rifle.
In a matter of 6, 7 days, you've gone through a sword, a pistol.
To be fair, the sword was broken.
Rifle. Broken sword, a pistol, a rifle.
Pistol didn't work. The other rifle didn't work. It had a bayonet though.
Right.
I might reuse that aetherite crystal, but it is rather burnt out, so... Anyways.
Well, living up to the promise of change. Look at that.
I always change. That's my nature. I'm horribly indecisive. Oh, no, why are you blue?
It's a very common trait in Viking. Like, very, very common.
I've never seen a blue Viking.
I bet I've never seen a blue Viking.
To be fair, I've seen like maybe 2 Viking.
Lyra's blue.
Who? Oh right, Lyra, the blue one.
That is very true.
But that's dark blue. You're like a light blue.
Hell.
Look, you and Lyra are so different as individuals. I sometimes forget what.
Wait, does that mean Jackson's not half drow? Because I just thought he was half drow.
He's a Viking.
He really looks like a drow. White hair, purple skin, pointed ears.
Look.
Like, he has to be half drow. Yeah, you have pointed ears, but they go down. His go up.
It's true. I mean, Bombadil's go up. Like, long.
Yes, it's very noticeable, like his mustache.
You have very different variations in your ears, specifically your ears.
There's a lot of... Viking can look lots of different ways. Like, if you put me, Jackson, and Sarvera next to each other and Bombadil, like, Sarvera and Bombadil are kind of outliers. Especially Sarvera. It's quite uncommon.
A lot of white.
A lot of white. Little envious.
Must be to blend in with the snow.
No.
It's like a rabbit. When it hits summer, it's just gonna be brown. Or is that foxes? Is that foxes?
Both. I think it's both.
Really?
I think so. I think a lot more animals do that, actually.
Why?
What?
That's not the question. Anyways, it's your turn.
Yes.
Deputy.
You are blue.
Was it really a question? I am, yes. Observation.
It's a question. It's a valid question.
It's a
Are
question.
you invalidating my question, Anna? I'm hurt.
No. Oh, what?
I'm gonna drink more. That's 2 down.
Actually, a little curious now. Brought up today. Are you guys any particular believers of any gods? Any followings? Any?
This is for both of us.
Yes. It's just a general question.
Dale, you can go first. I believe Anura knows a bit about my views on gods and such. I believe we talked about it once before.
I tried to forget.
Right.
Go on.
I never gave it much thought, I'll be honest. I had considered that out of the many gods that I could pray to, one could perhaps help me. I don't know. I could beseech some sort of religious deity. I have no idea how the world works outside of what I know. Perhaps once I was a spiritual man. Now, well, I'm open to become spiritual again, should the right reasons present
Let's say 5
themselves,
hours.
I suppose.
Damn!
But then again, Octavian does make me think otherwise about my statement. Maybe I'll just retract that and decide that if the fate of all religious clergymen is to end up like him, then... Oh dear.
I mean, Kingsley's not like him.
Oh, that's true. Alright, that is true. According to Octavian, Gaia isn't even a real god, right? It's shame that god.
I mean, theoretically, what does make a real god? Like, if we're really thinking about it.
Enough worshippers? I'm unsure. Belief?
If it's just people believing in you, does that make some of our leaders gods? A lot of people believe in kings.
Some Drozen seem to think so.
Right, and God King, whatever his face is.
God King... God, damn it.
I want to say Darius, but I don't think that's right.
God King Cotter.
But no, the gods probably exist. And they probably have their own little planes of existence or realms or whatever
That they
they're
do.
called.
I mean, many scholars have ventured to those realms. It's not hard to get in, it's hard to get out.
Right. Well, in that case, I guess I'm a believer in every god. I just need to find one that fits my whims, right? Right?
Sure. You don't have to pick a god.
You don't have to. It's just a general question.
Well, if I don't choose a side, that means everything's all good.
Yes.
Every side.
That's how it works.
It's a coin toss it where you end up. So.
Besides, if they're beings like anything else, they'll die eventually. Probably not in our lifetime, but...
If they even can. I mean... spirits just kind of reform unless very specific needs are met.
Would suck living that long.
Would it?
I mean...
Probably be killed at some point. Right? If you had the chance to
Think of what we've seen in our short lifetimes. And multiply that by about, let's say, 1,000. Maybe 2,000. At what point do you just stop coming to the world and hide away somewhere?
I mean, who's to say that this is all there is?
Exactly. What if there's more to the everything? It'd be incredibly fun to explore it.
Exactly.
I should make something like that. The machine that goes to the stars.
If that's glad defeat.
We'll put cannons on it. It'll be glorious.
Don't, please. Don't. Please don't.
Every good mode of transportation needs a cannon.
Don't put cannons on it. Don't put cannons on it. Not
Ships have
everything needs
cannons.
to be weaponized.
It is not to harm anyone. It is for defense.
But it can be used to harm someone.
Oh, 100%.
Yes.
Yes.
So...
That's what defense is.
You know...
A good defense is a great offense.
Sound advice.
I think a guy from Kulani said that. In a book. Art of Battle or something.
Art of Battle.
Was it War? I never remember.
I did see a similar book titled that in the library once. It was strewn about on the floor.
What was it called?
So many proverbs and words in there that I couldn't really read at the time. Perhaps I should go find it. It might be a good idea. Mentioned something about a sun. That might have been
I think that is the right book then.
Which one of you's gonna...
Well,
I think
it's Tell's turn. I'm waiting for him.
I guess I did right. If this academy didn't exist, it was never formed, yet the rifts were still around, and the world was going to end, would you still pursue your goal to research them with no backing? No way to
Yes.
achieve what you want? Yes?
Because I would have. There would be other.
I'd find a way.
I mean, there's. This school wasn't the only resort. It's just the one that goes the closest near it. If I wouldn't be here, I would likely be in Asex, right?
Life finds a way.
Life finds a way. That's quite a statement.
I made that up on the spot.
I'm quite impressed by it.
I think it's the alcohol.
To be honest. It must be.
But yeah, no. If this place wouldn't exist, I would still be pursuing my goal. It would probably take me a lot longer to get anywhere near it. Yeah. Still be doing the same thing. Probably require a lot less fighting. Less
That is
physical.
true.
Probably safer too.
Yet here you are. The least safe way.
Very much.
Well, perhaps not the least safe
Also
way.
the
You
way I
could just
can
walk
learn
directly into a rift.
Don't walk into a rift, it's bad.
Yes.
Yes, I do that. Usually the least
Saw a guy
safe
do it
way
once.
is the way you learn them out. Did he actually?
Well, I mean, he got really close.
Are you serious?
Listen,
I
he
don't-
was
what?
like,
You saw somebody do what? That's just something you threw around like it meant nothing.
Walk into a rift.
yeah, he just kind of walked in. I think he was drunk, so
Oh my god.
he just disappeared. Like there was
Did he ever
nothing
come back
left.
out?
No, he's 100% dead.
No, I'd imagine not.
Yeah, no, I don't think.
That's one way to go.
That
you
was
go.
actually back during the research time.
Holy shit.
Talk about staring death in the face.
Yeah, I guess. And that's a one way to learn.
I mean, I lived
Sure he learned his lesson, didn't he?
I lived relatively close to a rift for a long time, so live and learn.
I mean, he's dead now. He learned not to walk into a rift.
I don't think he learned because I
He'd
think it
never
was
do it
really
again.
quick.
I mean, he's never doing it again. That's for sure.
I mean, he fell head first, so you know he probably didn't learn anything.
Jesus. Oh.
It was a smaller one.
I literally can't tell if you're lying to me.
I don't know if it's a drink or...
I'm dead serious. I've seen this.
Uh-huh.
I see. To the man who walked into a rift.
Jeffrey. His name was Jeffrey.
Oh, this tea's cold.
Jeffrey.
To Jeffrey.
What a hero.
He wasn't.
We all need.
He really wasn't.
The one we deserve.
It was clever sarcasm.
He was like an intern or something. I don't remember.
Do you have another question, Val?
Have either of you actually seen a rift?
No.
I've not.
I read a
actually
little
seen
on them.
a bit of- I think I was very, very close to one time.
Alright. So imagine with me. Imagine we're looking here.
I'm imagining.
And in the middle of the room, not on the wall, a crack forms. And then it spreads and then it opens up. And all sorts of nasty things come out every now and then. It's kind of like that. It's hard to explain. It defies a lot of logic. Like a lot.
Crack in air. I mean, it's probably magic.
A magic crack on the wall.
It even defies some laws of magic.
Come out of.
So.
It's true.
It sure is a mystery.
Why don't we just drop rocks on the rifts?
They don't look like Jeffrey.
That's true.
Maybe it'll fall on.
You might hit Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Jeffrey. Poor Jay.
Don't beat him while he's down.
I'm sorry. It's just the thought of that man.
Intern.
Do you imagine? Our first rift. Jeffrey comes walking out and greets you, Val.
I'd shoot him dead.
He survived after all this time.
There's no way he survived. It's been almost 11 years. No, less than 11. It's been 9?
Oh, it's
8?
It would be 9. The rifts have been there for like
8,
10 years.
I think it was 9. It was pretty early on. Kind of foggy.
I tell you.
I was unconscious for a large period of time, so.
Nella wants us to think about unachievable aspirations, the greatest of aspirations.
We all say save Jeffrey.
We'll find Jeffrey and find out if he's still alive. And some small
he's
part
dead.
of me hopes that he is just because
He is very dead.
he is most definitely dead, but impossible goals, Jeffrey's alive. How do you think Nella would react?
He would sigh. Probably be upset. And then say we've learned nothing and send us on our way.
What if we did it after we told him everything about each other?
I don't think he's too fond of jokes.
Apparently in the written.
I didn't like Jeffrey, it seems.
It really didn't. Oh. These are bad ideas I'm coming up with at this time of night.
Well, whose turn is it?
I'm all out of tea.
This is empty.
Technically. I have no idea. I think it was yours.
My turn? Alright. I got a
Yours
good
or
one.
Yours, I believe. Okay, go ahead.
If you could go back in time and see your parents, what would you say? Actually, better question. Would you go back in time to ever meet your parents? If so, what would you say?
My parents. Not that I have any memory, but I'm assuming Sun Elf and the dragonkin that made me would be very nice to find out why. What drove them to it? Perhaps it was love, one could hope. But part of me very strongly doubts that, hearing the tales of what happens. So, I think I just asked the simple question. Was it worth it? Look what's standing in front of you. And, depending at the time that I did that, I'd either be a savior of the world, or just some dragonkin with a lot of belts and golden tips on his tail, who happens to resemble an elf. And if they clock on, that's great. If not, I'm indifferent. I'm very sure, considering my race as a whole has never had great treatment, that I will never be accepted by my family. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be in the situation I'm in now. Heck, perhaps one of them's already dead. Perhaps they both are. Who knows? Family doesn't matter to me. Well, still would be nice to know.
Okay. Sorry about that. Keeps happening today.
It's alright, and
A rough day.
Disappeared at an opportune moment.
What happened?
It's hard for the shorter folk. It just gets so cold they just freeze up. Makes them prone to fluxing.
Really need that heater of yours.
For the low cost of $9.99. That's 9
Really?
gold and 99 silver. Or
I'm
9
not
silver
paying
and
you
9.
9 gold and 99 silver. That's not happening.
I bet Bombadil will.
I'm not paying you that much money.
I 100% think I could get Bombadil with that one.
Please, if you do, that'd be super funny.
I'm gonna do it.
Yes.
I'm gonna do it next time I see him.
Do it. But yes,
Excellent.
Why did I disappear at an opportune
Well-
moment?
No reason.
Oh, well, no reason. Just a
Yeah, no, what was
interesting
what was the
discussion.
thing? How did we saw Jeffrey walk into a rift? And we couldn't find him.
Yes,
That's
yes,
the last
you
thing I
disappeared just like Jeffrey, perhaps.
I miss him
remember.
every
Oh my
day.
God, don't say that. Don't say that.
I can't believe a nerd jumped into a rift. Again. We'll have to fish her out with the fishing line.
Really?
Do you think there's interdimensional fishing poles? Like you cast
have
in one
no idea
location
what any of that
and it
means
pops
aside
up
from
in a
fishing
lake in some other realm, and like you're just sitting there fishing some interplanar
Fish
fish.
would you even find in another realm, if there even are.
They'd
any.
probably have like 8 eyes,
I dread
big
to think.
legs. That's just a spider. Never mind.
You can get spiders in the
Describe
sea.
spider to me.
You could probably catch a spider with an interdimensional fishing rod.
Why don't you make one?
Well, you
Show
confuse me
how it
more by the
works.
moment, my friend.
He does that.
Alright, so there's this theory
Oh God, no.
that there are multiple different planes of existence overlapping all at once. Are you familiar with dimensions? For example, we are currently in the
No, I
third
can't.
dimension. There is width,
I know there's planes.
there is
like the planes of
length,
the gods,
and there
yeah,
is depth.
the lumen, Ignis.
Why are we not the first dimension? I thought we were the most important.
No, see, the second dimension is most commonly seen on paper. Have you ever drawn a circle?
Yes.
That is a second dimensional object. Through
I'm
technicality,
creating
though,
an
it is a
object in
three-dimensional object because we can't actually make second-dimensional objects. But that's besides the point. See, we are three-dimensional objects. There's a theory.
Which one is it?
Yes. Anyways, there's a theory that there's a fourth dimension, time,
That's your theory.
and certain things can move through that. I believe some mages tried to do that at some point, maybe. I don't remember.
Traveling through time?
Yes, they all failed,
Time
from what I
magic
hear.
Yes, time magic is not... It's purely theoretical, and if done, would probably kill you.
It will most definitely kill you.
Yes.
I'm still
And probably make some gods
trying.
very upset.
See, here's the thing. If you move something back in time, that means you've taken an object, a state of matter, and moved it back to a point where it doesn't exist. Therefore, it'll cease
But
to
then
be.
wouldn't that make it exist at that point?
It'll make it
Yeah,
cease.
exactly. If you move something back in time, then it would have always needed to be there.
Now, if you move that object forward in time, that's a different story. Hypothetically, that could work. However, you have no way of going backwards.
Because you would cease to exist. Because you're going back to a point where you're not there.
Exactly. Do you understand, Tal? Are you keeping up?
What if you go back? What if you go
I
back
have
to a point
no-
where you're supposed to be there? But you're
Right.
not there because you're in the future.
But you're not because you used magic. So therefore, you're not supposed to be there. Which would invalidate the fact that you could be there. Are you keeping up? How many squares are in a circle?
I don't know.
The answer's 1. Anyways.
How? How do you fit the square in the circle? If you've got a circle.
You can only fit
That circle
one
that
square
I've
in a
created.
circle.
That is incorrect. You can fit a lot of squares in a circle.
I mean, yes, but they all make one.
Dimension.
Ow.
Second dimension.
Get my hand on the table.
Second dimension.
Ow.
Is your hand okay?
I will be right back. I'm grabbing more wine. Oh god.
Aurora, please, I don't
Second
understand.
dimension, fourth dimension.
Second
Second dimension
there's a
flat.
fourth.
Third dimension is not flat.
So we're the third dimension. So you and me are third dimension. We're in the third dimension.
I mean, technically, but we could also be in the fourth dimension if it's there because it's we're moving through the fourth dimension.
How could we be in 2 dimensions at once?
Because they're all overlapping. Because all of them stack on top of each other, making this possible. At least that's the theory. It's not. So, moving, we are not fourth dimensional, but no. I'm very tired.
Is there a 5th dimension? Because I want to be the first dimension.
I mean,
that's the first.
you are the first dimensional.
Technically, and
I'm first dimensional.
You're also second dimensional and third dimensional. Because you can perceive those
but
things.
you're not. Yes, but you're not fourth dimensional, nor fifth dimensional, because
However, you can
the
perceive.
fourth dimension is time.
Yeah, hang on.
So you're passing through it. You're not part of it.
I
So the
want
bigger numbers
I
better,
want
the
you to
smaller
really
numbers better.
think about this. So let's take a step back. Hypothetically, let's say there are two-dimensional creatures. Like a circle on a paper. When that circle looks at you, what do you think it sees? Because remember, you're 3 dimensions. Can a two-dimensional object perceive 3 dimensions? If it can't, it will only see one layer of you, not depth. So it would see your skin, your muscles, your organs, but only a thin layer of it.
Everything.
And you would look like an absolute monstrosity. Anyone would, to be honest, but...
Because they can't properly perceive what you look at. because they can't perceive third dimensions.
So if we were to perceive a dimension we can't see,
It would break your mind.
Oh.
Because you're not meant to perceive it. Which actually could tie into the theory why crying is so dangerous.
Yes.
Potentially.
Because you're looking at things you're not supposed to perceive. Oh my god, that makes so much sense.
Like time. Like time. Because you can, it's crying.
This
sometimes
only
you
solidifies my
see
theory.
future events. Oh my
Look,
god.
I'm going to be honest here. I feel like I'm the individual in the room who is very, very dumb.
Alright, tell, hang on, no, I'll dumb it down a little more.
Ones who know it.
So we are three-dimensional people, correct?
We're three-dimensional. That's
Imagine,
what you're saying we are, so yes.
Imagine you see a man, and he says, "Oh, good to see you again. You've never seen this man before. You have no recollection of him." 2 years later, you meet the man again, and this is his first time meeting you. He looks younger, somehow. Go back a year, so that's a year between your two visits with him. He says, "This is the final time I'll see you. It's been an honor knowing you. Goodbye." He is a fourth-dimensional creature, being perceived as a three-dimensional creature.
Because he moves through time.
So
how
the
can I make this
explanation
even more simple?
Of something from a fourth dimension, or it's something we can't perceive, whether that be the way it looks or the way it functions, right? So if you were fourth dimensional, just like you explained about the circle seeing me, if you were a fourth dimensional being, you would look different to yourself than how I would perceive you.
Yes.
Because I'm not able to do so. And
That being said, it would be actually very hard to talk to a fourth-dimensional creature, because they don't follow time.
Like a jumbled
So that's also
Time is a road that these creatures can walk down, and they can come right back. Like, they can just stop in the middle of a road, have a chat with another friend, and to us, it would be as if time stood still. So we wouldn't be able to perceive it.
I get what these dimensions you're on about are.
You tell.
You've learned.
Finally, I thought this entire time the dimensions were things that we existed on, so we as beings exist on this third dimension you said. And I thought the first and second dimension would be places that...
No, those are planes. Those are very different.
Planes and dimensions are a different thing. So dimensions explain the little circle that... So the circle... Are you telling me the circle might actually be able... No, it couldn't perceive me.
It could.
But I can perceive it, and if I don't perceive it as leaving, it's
I
not
mean,
a...
it could perceive you, but only in a very specific way, because it can't perceive you the way that you do, because it can't perceive third-dimensional things.
Similar to how we can't perceive fourth-dimensional creatures. Perhaps we can't observe second-dimensional ones.
Wait. Imagine a spider. A spider has many eyes. It sees things in a very particular manner. You, with your two eyes, cannot perceive things the same way a spider does. So, what is normal to you would look chaotic for the spider, and vice versa. Because you both perceive two very different ways.
It's similar to how some creatures can see more colors than others.
They can?
Yes. I believe it's believe it was part of a theory that a seer had at some point on why some animals could see spirits but people couldn't. Just because of the type of light?
I mean, some
I don't remember. I'll be honest. I didn't listen that much.
Seers is different.
I don't know.
The reason that seers can see spirits is because they see on two planes at the same time. They perceive the lumen as well as this.
I see.
All I know is that some lizards can see certain rays of light, so they can find out where the best spot for heat is. They can see heat effectively.
That is impressive. I can't see it, I don't think.
There was a test done where it's like a beam of light was specifically put in one spot in a well-lit enclosure for a reptile. And no matter where they pointed the beam, on any of the 4 rocks, within seconds it would move. It was fascinating.
Right. My
Does
head
it make sense?
My head
This
is
was
very
supposed to be
tired.
20 questions, not
Alright, Tell, it's
My
your
head.
turn. Ask a question.
theories. No.
Cannot.
Yeah, let's
I
continue.
cannot. What is the question?
Well, the question usually starts with you pondering some sort of idea, and then you end your sentence with a question mark.
I have pondered many
verbally.
ideas in the past several minutes.
I'm so sorry, Cal.
It's okay. You know,
I mean, a lot of
I
magic
feel smarter
requires
just
that type
being
of
around you two.
If you want to get better with magic, depending on the type of magic, you'd have to get down with a little bit more technicalities like this.
Am I the only one who sees this? Turn around.
Oh my god.
What? How did that get there?
I could have sworn that was on the counter.
Yeah, I put it there because it was in the sink. I was cleaning my alchemical.
Oh wait, no, it is on the counter. See, look, it's right there.
Now it's on the counter. Thank you very much, Cal.
4th dimensional creature.
Or a second dimensional creature, because it did only move. It didn't move depth-wise.
I mean, it's a rock. Maybe some spirits. I did hear somebody mention there were spirits on campus. Or at least on ground.
The 4th dimensional creatures.
Spirits.
If someone starts having a conversation in reverse to you.
I meant Fae.
Oh, Fae, that's
Fae.
different.
I mean, Fae also do that.
Wait, there are Fae on campus? Hold up, rewind. There are Fae. Possibly on campus.
I've
That,
heard
that
it
is
mentioned, yes, that there are Fae. There was a Fae problem.
Problem?
Yes.
That's
Not
a
on
very
campus, but
specific
there
word.
outside.
I heard it was a problem, but usually a problem because people don't know how to deal with it.
So there's a Fae
At
problem
least normally.
outside of the walls.
I don't think it's a problem. I've not seen anything.
Which could be this cave we're going to. Remind you.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Well, that's outside the walls.
I don't think
And
so.
it's in a forest. It could be.
We know what the cave is. We know what's inside it.
Do
There's
we?
red worms in there.
Yeah.
Well, we tested the poison.
What is to say
poison.
that the dreadworms are not
They were-
living with other things?
Well, then we'll find out.
That is a terrible thought.
Dreadworms are not native here. They're not from here, apparently. They're from Droza. Somebody must have brought them here.
How the fuck did they get from Droza into a cave on this island?
We live in a castle. Nobles do all kind of weird shit.
Why would
How do they
anyone
go
keep a
unnoticed for that long, though?
They might have escaped. No. Who knows what the
Then
episode's
again,
for?
Ratmen apparently lived in the sewers, so...
Yeah. Apparently they were semi-sentient.
Oh, they were.
Oh, that
So
bottle went
Beastkin.
quick.
A clan of Beastkin.
Well, I have finished my 4 bottles in celebration.
Pharaoh, Beastkin. Proposed a friend.
I mean,
I refuse to look at
I have no opinion on the matter. I was not here when things happened, and I missed contact, so I refuse to have an opinion.
If a rat climbed up out of the sewers still alive, holding a sword, and said it wanted to fight for this academy, I would let it. I wouldn't look at it any other way. But if that rat posed a friend, sure, I'd deal with it.
Well, yes. If somebody tries to fight me, then sure. But
I'm gonna put
I was
my
not here when it
bottles away.
happened. I don't know any of the context.
Of course.
I'll shoot them tomorrow. I'm kind of tired.
It's a little late for shooting now.
It is very, very late.
It is never too late for some good gunplay.
Until I feel my body is adequately shattered because my mind is already.
I'll put on a kettle for you.
Up and down and out
Have my
that
milk
team.
you supposed to help.
I hope so.
I'm gonna go estimate what time it is based on the moon's position.
What?
What? He's estimating what time it is based on the moon's position.
Yes,
It's fucking late.
thank you, Val.
Yes, it's very late, I'm sure.
There's also too many clouds to judge the position of the moon, because I can't see it. At least from here.
Ah,
Just put on a low fire.
Ugh,
great. Well,
I'm drunk.
You hear it yelling?
I suppose
That's right.
Got it. Got it.
I'm going to go to bed.
Me as
I
well.
do hope that you all have a good night, and I am taking another bottle.
God damn it.
You can't stop me. I have a gun.
I won't.
He does have a gun.
He does have a gun. And he will use it. I know he'll use it.
I love Lumen Team. Ugh. Good night, Moon.